Hey guys, welcome to my set review for Fabled. Today the goal is to go over the rating system that I'm going to be using for all of these different cards that we have revealed so far, and then we are going to walk through all of the cards color by color and just kind of go in order and assign a rating to them based on my scale. So the first thing I'm going to go over is just how I'm evaluating these cards and kind of what these numbers will kind of mean and kind of some key indicators while we're going through this. The goal is to get through all of these today, but if it does go a little bit long, I know there are a lot of kind of vanilla cards and stuff like that in this set, so we want to, pay most attention to the cards I think are going to be impactful both in limited and constructed. But to start here, I am going to be going one by one through their constructed rating and mostly focusing on core constructed, which is the new format with the rotation, and then talking about limited, which is going to be your sealed and your draft. So my rating system, as you can kind of see on the screen here, and I'm happy to share this spreadsheet, which is something I will be using kind of as evaluate here and updating as I go. I have a key on the first page, and then I have color by color all the different cards that have been revealed so far. So I'll be updating it as we get the final cards. I think the end of the week is when we're expecting to see the final cards. So for this, so all right. First things first, 1 to 5 scale, right? So we're going to be going through a maximum of 5, which would be like a format all-star, and a minimum of 1. So a 1 would be a card that really you would not be happy to put in your deck, except in very rare circumstances where it's a role player. So I'll go through these kind of briefly and give you some examples. For a rating of 1, what I am categorizing that is like a role player. A card that could be good in a very specific scenario and constructed, but really wouldn't be seen outside of a very specific deck. So that's kind of where my baseline is there. In terms of limited, these are cards you would avoid. You really would not want to put in your deck because they are going to have 0 impact or near 0 impact. In draft, these are the cards you're going to be trying to avoid until your very last pick. And I have a kind of an example here that tried to kind of give examples that could represent both limited and constructed. But you see a card like this. First off, I see it's uninkable. I see it's a very high cost. And I see the effect, name a card, reveal all cards with name from a discard to hand, is going to be very narrow. So that's kind of a context of what we would think of as a card that is mostly useless, right? A card that's not going to see play really in any context. For a 2, these are cards I would consider below average. Constructed, you could see, maybe they're played just for the fact that they're a storyborn, or maybe they fill a very specific role because of their name, or as a component in a larger strategy. Maybe niche cards, right? In limited, these are going to be just your vanilla creatures, cards you wouldn't be happy to play, but you would play if you had to round out your deck. In terms of a draft scenario, these are going to be ones you're going to avoid, but you'll take within your last picks just to kind of keep your inkable count high and to kind of fill out those last slots in your deck, right? So that's kind of where we're going to be moving from there. A 3 is where I'm going to place most things that are going to be average. In constructed, these are going to be redundancy, right? These are going to be cards where I am trying to play more of a thing. Maybe I don't have all the top tier cards to fill out my evasive strategy, right? But I will play something like a relatively low power level card, but it's good in my strategy. In terms of limited, these are going to be really a lot of your deck, right? This is going to be an inkable card with decent stats, nothing crazy going on here, but it's something that'll fill out your curve. Maybe I need a 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and these are going to be those role players. They're efficiently statted or decently statted at least, and you're not unhappy to draft them. In terms of a draft, you would probably take them not in your early picks, but you'd happy to take them to round out your curve and allow your above average cards really to actually come in, and some of those bombs you might pick up in your draft. For a 4, this is kind of where I put anything that's what I'd say above average to strong. So above average, and the card I represented here is kind of Madame Medusa, which is a card that not going to be necessarily game breaking, but it is very strong, both in a limited and a constructed context. So in constructed, this is a card that you can see in a lot of strategies. Like, you're going to see a lot of different decks playing these types of cards because they are applicable enough, or they're considered staples in a way that they could be played in a lot of different decks, and you can gain advantage from it. In limited, these are going to be cards that we're going to prioritize often. These are, when I'm looking at my sealed pool, I'm picking out the cards like, hey, these are my bombs or my really strong cards that I want to kind of build around or make sure I can fit in. These are the types of cards I'm talking about for a 4. And then in draft, these are always going to be your first picks or very early picks. I would really only pass on one of these, something along those lines, if we also were competing for another bomb rare or bomb, epic or so on. And then 5s are going to be what I consider like a multi-format all-star. So for a card to be a 5, I would consider it to be at a power level that it defines the game, the format we're playing in. It can actually, build its own deck around it in some cases, but often is strong on its own. I have here a picture of Rhino, which I think is a good example of this, a card that really when it came out and the decks that play it are very happy to play it, and everyone else is, kind of miserable to see it because it is so strong and it requires you to kind of play it in a different kind of way. Another card other cards I would put kind of in this category for context would be something like Diablo Devoted Herald. I would say, Maui Shark is in the same category. A 5 out of 5, like punching way above its weight class and format defining in a constructed sense. In limited, these are the kind of cards that if you are seeing them, they will outclass most cards that your opponents will play. If you have the opportunity to play them, you play them always. And in a draft scenario, you're going to first pick these every time. A card that comes to mind, especially from a draft scenario, is the red and steel Mushu from the last set. If you drafted that set and you got one of those Mushus, you definitely know that was a card that if you had it in your deck or if you had to play against it, it was miserable. It would just really took over the game very quickly. So this is kind of the rating system. We'll be doing some kind of half rating. So if we do have between a 3 and a 4, or between a 4 and a 5, we'll go to a 0.5. But this is the context under which I'm working. Okay. So before I start diving into the actual colors, and what I'll ask, if you guys are watching actively, wanting to kind of throw in, feel free to let me know kind of where you stand on it. If you have like thoughts on a card that I'm not really thinking about, in terms of context, I'm going to go off of kind of prior experience and kind of work through, what I think they're going to be good in based off of my TCG experience and my Lorcana experience. But there may be synergies that sometimes will push a card up to another level, or if you have gameplay experience, especially some of the newer cards, that's something we can maybe bring to bear too. If you are in the chat right now and you're able to hear me and everything, just let me know. Feel free to type that. Let me know if you can't hear me well, or if anything's not coming through clear. I'd be happy to kind of repeat or try to fix my mic or anything like that. So appreciate you guys jumping in and watching. All right, with that, I'm going to swap us over to looking at Amber cards first. All right, and so for this spreadsheet, I have this set up in such a way that I have, let's scoot her down a little bit. Scoot him up a little bit. I have kind of card by card here, and I'll be going through and giving a constructed rating and a limited rating and just talking about context a little bit as we're going through. I appreciate you, David. Let me know everything sounds good here. All right. So for Amber, we're going to start out with Atlantica. This is a reprint. So I have all the reprints in order, just to give context first, and then following up with the new cards that I have below in every color. I'm going to try to move quick on some of these ones that are very vanilla and kind of just don't have, much going for them, and we'll kind of try to focus on the cards that have like more gameplay implications and stuff like that. So as far as Atlantica, so this is a location that gives your characters the ability to sing higher. Really, I think this is complete trash. To be completely honest with you. It's a location that doesn't gain you lore every turn, and its passive ability kind of negates the fact that when we're playing singers, we are trying to get that tempo advantage out of having those cards that kind of punch above their weight class. So if I play a Ursula on 2 that can sing for 4, the advantage I'm getting out of that is I've only invested 2 in ink into that card to be able to sing 4. Whereas with this card, we're spending a lot of ink to actually get to that really high singer cost. There may be some fringe constructed strategy that I could see with this, you'd want to play, but really, I think for me, this is a 1 in constructed. I don't think you should ever play this. I don't see a context in which I would be drawn towards this card at this point, at least. For limited, this is absolutely a 1. I don't think I would ever play this in limited. The only argument you can maybe make for a couple more points in limited is the fact that it's not uninkable, but it might as well be, just a non-card in your deck. I would never play this, in any context to have singers, because it's just so situational where I'd have to play this card, move somebody there, and then sing with it. We're talking about a 3 ink investment before I can start actually getting value out of this thing. Completely unplayable to me. As far as the queen by herself is not really going to be an all-star or anything like that. That being said, the stats are fine. This is a card we played in the past. A goon, so to speak, a 2/2 for 1 is completely reasonable in some situations, and you're okay with having in your deck, especially if the queen, context of being able to shift on this card becomes a thing that immediately kind of makes this a role player, in a sense that we're not unhappy to see it, and it does, provide strategy help there. So I would put this like a 1.5, a card I'm not happy to put in my deck, but it does have some role player implications in a constructed sense, just for the fact that it is that low cost shiftable target. You'd rather play something like this on 1 as opposed to a card on 2 or 3 that has kind of comparable stats. So in that sense, I could give this maybe a 0.5 bump over a 1. In terms of limited, I would put this at a 1. I'm not happy to put 2/2s for 1 in my deck in limited. I want my cards to be healthy statted in such a way that it's worth the time. There may be a context in which you would put this in your deck, but the only context in which I would really want to put this in my deck is if I were, for some reason, drafted some, hyper go wide strategy where I can get a payoff from this, or if there is maybe a situation in which, I just need the other inkable card. Otherwise, I'm not looking to put 2/2s for 1 in my deck. Be Our Guest has been a decent card in the past. So this is a card that Steel Song played towards the end of the set 8 format, and mostly because it is a song that provides a little bit of value and a little bit of card selection, especially when you are playing kind of a toolbox of characters where you can actually get, value off of this for digging for your, Beast Tragic Hero or your Namari, or maybe your Aerial Sonic Warrior, things like that. This has seen some play in decks that, are just looking for a song and are looking to have consistency in their draws throughout their curve. The fact that it is a cheap song and can be sung by almost every character, gives us some inherent value. That being said, I would not play this on its own. I would say you really only want to play this in a dedicated song strategy, or a dedicated strategy where I'm looking for one particular character in Amber. So low costed, decent effect for the price, but very low impact, right? I would put this card at a 3. I think this is an average card for constructed, and can maybe bump up just a little bit if we are talking about a deck that is dedicated to songs and is looking for very specific cards, right? So these, it's a fine song, but I would say if I had, more aggressive options, card selection is not necessarily the best thing ever outside of very specific strategies where I'm looking for specific cards at specific times, or I'm looking to just trigger songs off of my other cards. Say I'm playing the Reindeer that gives you a lore every time you play a song. Maybe this goes up in value there. We definitely had in previous formats better songs, and this wasn't necessarily where we started. So I'd say this is average, and kind of go from there. For limited, I am hesitant to put this on my deck. So I could, again, fall back on, this is a cheap song that does provide some selection. And in a limited sense, if I have a generally good deck, I have decent stats, but I don't have any really big bombs, Be Our Guest isn't going to really be what I want to be doing. In limited especially, in previous formats, tempo has been a really big deal. And for that reason, spending 2 or exerting a character that costs 2 to sing this song is, losing you a little bit of tempo every time you're doing it. That being said, in limited, I can see playing this in a deck where I have maybe one big character bomb that I'm looking to go after. That can be one of those, 5s, right? Those game-changing cards that are really going to turn the tide of things. So I could definitely see playing it in that context. But in a general sense, I would not want to take this early, and I would kind of just use it as a filler card in my limiter decks, just because it is inkable. The effect is fine. It's just not what I want to be doing primarily. So I would put this at a 2 in limited, where I don't have the context of constructed to be able to fall back and find those really big hit characters. All right, moving on to Bruno's Return. So first off, we have an uninkable action, not a song, or you return a character card from your discard to your hand and then remove 2 damage from chosen character. So a couple of things to note on when we're card evaluating is, if it is an uninkable card, you want it to have a fairly broad context or be very powerful, right? Those are the 2 things we're really looking for. Returning a character card from my discard to my hand is not something that has really warranted, spending 2 ink and having a card like this in our deck in the past. I can tell you from other card games that there have been cards like this that I've seen play just because there's been very specific cards that we want to recur over and over again that have a very specific effect. In Lorcana so far, I have not found a reason why I would want to recast the same card or same character over and over again, to the point where I want to put a uninkable card in my deck. So I think often this can brick you, and the removing 2 damage is not something that is substantial enough to really give it enough of a boost to move past, move into something I want to put in my deck. So at this point, I could not see putting this in my deck in any context. I would put this at a 1. And as far as limit is concerned, I probably would leave this at a 1 as well. This is something where maybe you do have a character that is worth bringing back, that has a very high upside to it. Maybe it's a bomb that could potentially die early but has a really big impact on the game. Maybe I have something like a Diablo Devoted Herald, right? And I found out in the first game that my opponent was able to kill it off. Maybe this is something you would side in for your game 2 in limited, but I would not start this on my deck, and I wouldn't really be happy to draft this. I'd rather just have a card that stands on its own. All right, moving on to Dalmatian Puppy. So this is a card. Let's kind of scoot this up a little bit, make it more symmetrical. This is a card. It's punches below weight class, I'd say. For 2, we're looking for maybe a 3/2 or a 2/3 that has a relevant ability on it. And this one really is, just about the gimmick, right? Like running a million of these, and maybe there's some benefit to that in that context. That being said, it is inkable, so I'd maybe, give it a little bit of points for that. The character line of puppy is relevant for some cards, but I think if you're looking for puppies, I would not start with this one. This is really only filler. In a limited sense, I'm looking for well-statted bodies. I'm looking for stuff that is going to get me, some kind of board presence as soon as it comes down. I could not see playing this outside of a strategy where I had all kinds of benefit for playing puppies, maybe 2 or 3 cards that would benefit from this character line here, right? So this is kind of where I stand as far as this one's concerned. In constructed, I consider this one a 1. If I'm looking for puppies, there's a lot more that I would look for before I start going to this. And then from limited, maybe a 1.5. I'll give it that half point just because it's not uninkable and the stats are not completely embarrassing. All right, for constructed, Lantern is a really strong card. I think Lantern is, especially for an amber strategy where you sometimes do go up the curve quite a bit, this is a card where we, often will see it in a go big strategy, and the fact that it is effectively ramp in a color that doesn't normally have ramp. This unique ability is, I think, strong enough to warrant a a little bit higher rating than it would on its own. It's uninkable, but the fact that it is letting you cheat on ink means that you could do something like play Lantern on a turn where you have an additional ink left over to be able to, say play it on turn 3 to play Lantern plus a 2-drop, or play it on turn 2 and then play your 1-drop for free. Lantern, I think, can be a dead top deck, and for that reason, its power level is kind of limited for that. It being an item in Amber is often not valuable enough to matter. But that being said, it's an item, so they're hard to kill outside of people that are dedicating item hate, right? So for this one, I think this is a 3 for me in Constructed. I consider this one average, maybe not game changing or anything like that, but a solid part of a strategy that's looking to go up the curve a little bit. So a decent reprint. I know people are excited for this one just because it is an enabler, right? It's something that can let you play bigger up the curve and things like that. As far as limited is concerned, the effect could be useful in a deck where you were able to kind of curate a strategy where you are going bigger up the curve, and maybe if this could provide redundancy there, or maybe we're playing this on turn 2 and playing her turn 3 drop early. That being said, it does not provide value on its own, so it would have to be played, I think, in a context of a better strategy. In limited, we don't really have the ability to curate our deck the way we would in a constructed deck, where I can't, guarantee, kind of build my deck in such a way that I'm going to take advantage of having 4 copies of Lantern. That 1 copy of, is going to be good when I draw it. And of course, we have a smaller card pool here, right? 40 card deck versus a 60 card deck. But as far as Lantern's concerned in limited, it's fairly narrow, has a decent ability, and can be good in certain contexts. But I think I would place this one at a 2 for me in limited. In the right deck, I could see playing it, but I would not take it early, and would not prioritize it in terms of a draft. All right, here we have 2 cost Rapunzel. Stats are decent. So we have an inkable 2 cost for a 1/4, which is a decent stat line to start. An activated ability to remove 2 damage from a chosen character. Healing so far has, in Lorcana, has not been something where we have enough payoffs for it to matter. That being said, if we had a reason to shift onto this card, it's decently statted at 1/4 for 2. Always looking for that high willpower on things like this for role players, where they maybe can stick around and get a little bit of value before they actually get shifted on, or to provide different strategies, things like that. I'd say higher willpower in almost all contexts and constructed is going to be a priority. So for this one, though, really healing 2 damage is almost never going to happen, and the fact that you have to exert to do it is going to make this, fairly irrelevant almost all the time. In a very dedicated strategy, maybe we do have a reason to remove damage and we're getting a secondary effect off of this, so maybe this is a role player. I think this is, for me, a 2 in constructed. This maybe even just a 1.5 actually. In a very narrow deck where healing matters, maybe this comes into play, but I have not seen anything so far out of the cards that from 5 through 8, or the cards revealed so far, that really makes me want to be dedicating myself to putting damage on my characters and healing them. From a limited perspective, I'd say this is maybe a 1.5 as well. In terms of limited, it's not, you want that board presence early in the game to really leverage tempo. I'd be on for 2. I'm looking for a 3/2. I'm looking for a 3/3, and really that 1/4 stats can be decent if I have a deck that needs that higher willpower. Maybe I have 3 drops that buff power, and I could take advantage of just having that high willpower stat line. But for right now, I don't. I would not take it outside of very specific contexts. All right. And for a Stitch, they gave us a 2/3 with no abilities for 2. I'm going to move quick on some of these. We'd much rather this be a 2/2 for 1 instead of a 2/3 for 2. We do have some Stitch shift lines that were, in terms of reprints, that are available right now. But really, we'd much rather be playing the 1-drop Stitch, and they just decided to give us a little bit less aggressive option. The fact that it has no abilities for this stat line means it's below average at best. I'd call this maybe a 1.5 for constructed. For limited, kind of in that same mode, maybe a 2. It's fine. The stats are kind of what we'd expect for a 2-drop, but it's nothing about I consider average or above average. So it can be a filler just because it is inkable and it does fill a spot in the curve. But that's where we can be. Joe Mama wants to give it a 5. That's not for me, but it's. I don't think he gets there. I just recently watched this movie, by the way. I'm not the biggest Disney fan, but I did like Lilo and Stitch. It was a pretty legit movie. I played this game for the card game aspect of it. And my wife was more into the Disney characters, but we've sat down and started watching some of them to get a little more context on some of this flavor. And this is one of the ones I watched recently. Okay. So we have a 3-cost song that has draw a card on it. So I'm immediately interested. That being said, comparable to other songs that draw a card, 3 healing for a song that costs 3. Moving back to kind of when I talked about Rapunzel, healing has not been necessarily something that we have been able to take advantage of gaining other effects in a really productive way. It hasn't been strong enough to do anything so far. That being said, there's a lot of songs like you can get away with, and a lot of effects you can get away with that say draw a card, especially on a song where we can play a 3-cost character and kind of get this moving and playing very early on, or in a kind of you choose your spot. I don't have a constructed home for this right now, so I would like to say it's below average. That being said, it has high upside, and if we do have a strategy that is looking for just another filler song, I think the effect can be fine situationally, and you're happy to just cycle it. So I'd probably put this at a 2 for constructed, maybe closer to a 2.5. In limited, I am not looking to play songs that are going to exert my characters and not give me effect right away. That being said, this could be filler. The fact that it does draw a card, and in limited, I would say your healing, can be a little bit more impactful. We tend to do a lot more character combat. Challenging is the name of the game most of the time in limited, where we don't have stuff like board wipes. We don't have like direct removal for characters. This can have a higher effect there. So I'd probably put this at a 2.5. I wouldn't necessarily be happy to put this on my deck, but it's fine. It can have context in the game, and maybe get somebody where they thought damage was going to stick. Julieta Madrigal is a card that has been decent in constructed before, where we did have like the Mufasa style decks or the Ruby Amber decks. Playing a card like this and being happy to play it, it does have a decent effect. Where we have stats that are fine. We have a high willpower on this in a strategy where it's looking to maybe, look to take damage from your own cards and things like that. That high willpower is going to be good, so it fills that role. Healing 2 is fine. Like I said, the healing is not necessarily the biggest part of this card, but the draw card aspect of it means that you can almost always set this up in such a way that it's going to replace itself. So your card economy is not going down, and you're not losing value from this card. Often you can get a kind of a 2-for-1 situation where you can set up a trade or set up a combat in such a way that you are able to get your character damage in, draw the card, put another body out there. This is a card, because it has seen play decently in the past, I put it a 3. It's average. It's obviously not Rapunzel gifted with healing, like the primary card in that deck, but it's a role player and is a strong role player in the decks where you would want to play it. In limited, I would put this at a decent rate as well, especially in a deck where I can take advantage of that high willpower with stuff like buffs, and then getting that 2-for-1 in essence for drawing a card and putting a body on the field is going to be the kind of thing I'm looking for in limited, is just getting efficiently efficiently putting bodies out there and not losing cards. Ultimately, usually when you lose your limited games, it is because someone overran you with evasives, or B, it's you're the last person to run out of cards, right? Or to have cards that aren't necessarily going to be high impact enough. So in limited, I'm happy to play a card like this. I probably would draft this slightly above average, but not necessarily at a 4. For me, this would be like a 3.5. Let me make sure this one is going to be. Visible here. All right. All right, trying to move quick here so we can get to the cards that are a little more contentious here. So Mickey Mouse, 3/3 for 3, fine. Stats are completely fine. Quest for 2, a card I would probably never play in Constructed just because it does not punch above weight, and it would never probably make my 60. I've seen people play it before, but I don't see this, in a wide format where we have, 5 sets. We're not really looking to play vanilla cards with, a relatively low lore. We can do a little bit better there. So there, I'd probably put this at like a 1.5. In limited, I think you're fine to put a Mickey Mouse in your deck. You're not excited, but it's completely reasonable. I would put this at a 2. Stats are fine. You can usually trade up or trade 1 for 1 for most things you're going to be playing on 3 and 4. And if you do get to Quest for 2 with it, that's a little bit more than often you're going to see at that cost. All right. For Mulan Free Spirit, this is a card that saw a very limited amount of constructed play as a part of a shift line for a Amber Ruby strategy for that big Mulan. And maybe she has a place to play in that kind of deck. For Ruby right now, that really is the only board wipe they have access to, is a Shift Mulan strategy. So, there may be some context in which you would want to play this in your constructed deck. It is a 2-quester. It does have support. The stats are reasonable, if not a little bit lackluster. If this was a 3/3, we'd be looking at a little bit more closer. But that being said, the Mulan Free Spirit is, for constructed wise, I'd say below average. I'd put this at a 2. It does have some decent stats, and you wouldn't be unhappy to play it. For limited, I'd say this one maybe is a 3.5 in terms of your limited rating. If I have this in my card pool, I'm almost always going to play it just because the stats are good, request for a lot, and support is a very big keyword when we're doing a lot of character v character combat in limited context. So giving a character an additional 2 while progressing my board state, pretty good. Of course, it's not really it's not quite a 4 where we're going to have like a bomb rare or something that's really be high impact on the board, but I'd be happy to put Mulan Free Spirit in most of my decks. All right, as far as Pongo, I'd say this is in a category in Constructed where this did see some limited play in a character's matter deck. A very strong effect if it does get to exist for a long period of time, where we have maybe a very high character count deck. Again, going back to the Ruby Amber decks that we played in previous formats with the Mufasa. This can be a very good card that runs away with the game very quickly, where you're drawing an extra card every turn for 2. I would put this at maybe a 3.5 for constructed, and say that in the right deck this is very strong, but it does have to be a build around. And of course, not every Amber deck is going to be looking to play this. Actually, maybe drop this down to a 3 in terms of constructed. For limited, I would put this at a 4. I think Pongo, Devoted Father, if you have the ability to take this card, you are going to have a very heavy character deck in limited. And like I said, your limited games are going to be a lot of character trades where we're looking to end up with more cards than my opponent in most games. If we're able to get more cards than our opponent, this can run away with the game very quickly. So for spare 2 ink every turn, potentially drawing an extra card every turn, or drawing a card nearly every turn, is going to be very, very high priority. If you have the ability to take this card in limited, I think I would take it almost every single time. All right, we have Queen of Hearts 3/3 for 3. When a character requests, your other villain characters get +1 this turn. Um, I'd say very low impact card that has, only a context really when we are talking about, a role player. So in a villain dedicated deck, maybe this is a card that we can play, and outside of that, not so much. And limited, it's fine. It's a 3/3 for 3, decent stats, inkable, and if we do end up with a bunch of villains, it can be really strong in that context, so the text is not irrelevant. And you can, if you see this early, or if you're building your sealed deck, you can maybe give the nod to some of your other, low-cost villains or lower power level villains, um, because of this, right? So that's maybe something to consider for that. All right, moving on. Ursula's Shell Necklace. So I actually am really excited about this card coming back for Constructed. I think this, anytime you see a repeatable source of card draw, you have to kind of, look at it and say, okay, is this, what's the cost here, or how can I take advantage of this? That being said, in prior formats, Amber was a song color, but it had a lot of its card draw coming for stuff like Whole New World, Let the Storm Rage On, and other different sources. There weren't really decks that, mainstream decks that were playing Ursula's Shell Necklace to great effect, but the effect is very powerful. Drawing an extra card every time you pay 1. I liken this card to Maurice's Workshop, which did see a ton of play, especially towards the end of the format when Hiram got banned. This is a card where if we have a net number of songs that makes this relevant enough, and we have enough control elements or mid-range elements, this can really run away with a game. So for this one, I'm going to put this at a 3.5. I think this card has a very high potential in our upcoming format, maybe in a power line deck, and we'll talk about kind of the Ruby cards that are coming up soon. But Amber Ruby songs might be something where if we have a requisite number of songs, which right now I'm not sure we do, an Amber Ruby deck with Ursula Shell Necklace really could be one of those card advantage engines that allows that sort of control deck to thrive. So right now I'd say it's, kind of a role player, but it is, an above average role player to the point where it can kind of be a build around me card. If the tools are there to support this, it can be really strong and constructed. Again, anything that has a repeatable source of card draw stands out as very, very good. So in limited, we never can count on having enough songs to make this any good. And even if you did, you're not going to have the rares and some of that high-end cards that we need to be able to come back in a game to support this. This is almost never going to be playable in limited, and really you should never try to put this in your deck. I think even a deck with lots of songs, you don't have the time. Limited is too focused on tempo and board presence, where we can't really put Ursula's Shell Necklace in our deck reasonably. World's Greatest Criminal Mind is one of the better songs we did get a reprint on. So for Constructed, I would say this is going to be a very important card for people playing Amber in the coming format. One of the main things I'll point out with this is just the amount of things that can actually kill a Maui Shark is very low. We haven't seen a Zeus reprint at this point yet, so I'm still, but really Amber and this song being inkable, being relatively low cost, and singable for 3 makes this a very strong option as far as your constructed options go to kill off these big things. I think World's Greatest Criminal Mind is one of the few efficient answers for Maui Shark in the format right now, outside of like forcing it to exert and then challenging it with something like another Maui Shark, or maybe a buffed Genie or a buffed or a Dumbo. So World's Greatest Criminal Mind, very, very important to this new format, in my opinion. We're going to see a lot of play on this one. I think for Amber decks, I would put this at a 4. For limited, I think this is actually a very strong card. I would almost always want to put this in my deck, just because it's situational, but the tempo gain you can get in limited with this is going to be incredible. So I would not necessarily always take this first pick, but I would probably take it very highly in my limited pool. in terms of, in terms of limited for World's Greatest Criminal Mind, though, the ceiling is very high, especially if you know your opponent is playing those higher power characters. You can get a lot of value out of this one. So I'd probably put this as something like a 3.5 or a 4. I wouldn't necessarily always first pick this in a limited, but in sealed, I would always play this if I had this. And outside of really just bombs in limited, I'm always going to be putting this in my, always going to be taking this in a draft. Going to be a really important card, I think, for the upcoming format. All right, and here we have Aerial Singer. So far we have not seen a 3-cost aerial reprint, and really, I'll go back to kind of what I said about the location where you can buff characters and give them a higher singer rating that when they started out with. For her, I think she is at an unfortunate spot on the curve. A 3/3 for 4 can be fine, but we have to kind of, look at this in a constructed sense of what it's bumping up against in terms of what we can do better and what kind of songs we are looking to play. So for Singer 7 in our new format, we do have some 6-cost songs. So stuff like Pirate's Life is going to be a decent card in our new format. But I can't think of, we don't have a whole new world. We don't have, some of these big payoff songs where I'm really looking to get to 7 ink. Beyond the Horizons does come to mind if we still have an Amber Steel song deck. This does slot into that. That being said, we're talking about playing a turn 5 Beyond the Horizons off of this card, as opposed to, using a Sing Together strategy where I may be playing Troubadour plus, maybe a 3-drop to sing that card. This is not statted above average. It's often not going to be trading with anything in constructed. I don't think we really can be putting this card into our deck. It just needs to be a little bit more aggressively costed in terms of singer, and having that huge singer skill, that 7 singer, is not at this point valuable enough to put in our decks. So I would put this at like a 2 for constructed. For limited, it's perfectly fine. It's, I think, average. The body is fine. It does quest for 2. And if you do have the, a reason to have a song in your deck that's maybe a high impact song, maybe you'll get some value off of this. But a 3/3 for 4 that quest for 2 is perfectly fine. It's average. All right. Up next we have Daisy Duck. So Daisy Duck is going to be very well costed. So this is comparable to Chip in green. So we'll actually have both of those cards in a new format. But Daisy Duck saw especially some play at PPG most recently in an Amber Steel deck that played like You Have Forgotten Me and some of those tools for some disruption elements. I think for the cost, it's perfectly fine. 2/3 for 4 that effectively net gains you a card is always going to be valuable. And if there's any synergy with this, so if there's discard synergies or, synergies with the Dreamborn or synergies with just being a Daisy, this is perfectly fine. And you wouldn't be unhappy to put this in your deck. That being said, not breaking any ground here. I think this is probably a 3 for me in constructed. It'll fill in a strategy. It's perfectly average, but nothing I'm going out of my way to play. In limited, I think I would put this above average. I would not pick this early, but I would take this over just a vanilla 4-drop, just because you are effectively getting a 2-for-1 almost all the time. So am I playing that 4-cost Daisy, or that 4-cost Chip, or it's effectively has the words draw card on it without saying it. Sometimes you can catch the last card in their hand if you play this well, and just something to kind of keep in mind for limited is, anytime we're able to net gain a card on one of these, so we get a body plus get a card out of their hand, we're in good shape. So really happy to put this on my limited deck. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see a You Have Forgotten Me reprint. I know we still have this week to see reprints, so we still have some world. There's a world in which we may see one. I'd have to go check. I know people have mapped out more or less how many reprints are going to be in every color and what type of reprints they are. So It's possible that we do see a reprint on it, I guess, but I don't know the exact numbers of what's left here. All right, 4-cost Tinkerbell is, I'd say, a role player this is basically be our guest on a body for a 1/4. And in a world where I'm looking to have a very heavy character deck, maybe paying 4 for a 1/4 is completely fine. Right now, I'm not really in a world where I want, I think our strength of cards is too high to really consider putting this in our deck outside of a very, very specific strategy. I put this at like a 2 in constructed. In limited, I think I'm happy to play this card most of the time. That being said, so I am getting, a 2-for-1 out of this. It's a 1/4 body for 4, which is not what I want to be paying in limited, but I'm okay with playing this, especially if I have a really strong character in my deck that I'm looking to go after. That is kind of a game breaker. So I may be a 2.5 on this unlimited, where it goes up just a little bit because I'm going to have that. I am net gaining a card on this. All right, and Moana is back. I believe this one was downshifted, if I remember correctly. I still have this one as a rare, but and just to note, the rarities I have on some of these, they have changed in some cases. I don't have the most accurate versions here. I did pull most of my arts off of Dreamborn where I could, so kind of keep that in mind. All right, so for Moana, a 5-cost, 1/6, really not really good enough. An effect that's going to be good if we have a Princesses Matter deck. But even in that kind of strategy, she's so high costed for such low stats, it's really hard to play a character like this that needs to live through a turn cycle and doesn't do something the turn it comes in. So I'd put this at like a 2. It's not completely unplayable constructed, but it needs a very specific context, maybe even like a 1.5 in constructed. In limited, I'd punch this up a little bit just for being a 3 quester for 5, where a lot of times in limited you're always you can count on your cards living for a turn cycle, where in constructed you're not necessarily always going to be able to do that. So in limited, I would say Moana plays a role where I do have a princess strategy, maybe 2 or 3 other princess characters where I can get an advantage of this in my deck. I'd be okay with playing this. I'd say this is average in terms of a limited strategy. It's inkable, worst case scenario, and in best case scenario, it's just a very high quester. All right, Stitch Rockstar. So this is kind of what I was referring to earlier when I talked about the 1-cost Stitch that we have earlier in Amethyst, or excuse me, in Amber. We don't have that 1-cost Stitch. We do have a 2-cost Stitch that we can shift on 4 here. So not entirely happy to be playing that in my deck most of the time. That being said, Stitch Rockstar, very strong card. Especially early in the format, in the early days of Lorcana, this was a powerhouse. Your 2-cost characters being able to just come in and draw you an extra card for the rest of the game. If this is not dealt with immediately, your opponent will lose the game. It's good, has good stats for the cost, 6 cost for a 3/5, quest for 3. So all on its own, it's reasonable. But the fact that it can have benefit the turn it comes down, and if you do have a shift, of course, it's going to have a lot of impact here. I wouldn't consider this format defining, but it is very strong. And constructed, I give this a 4. For limited, I would take this every single time. There's very little I would ever take over this. I'd put this at a 5. It can be like a role player in limited where I can have 2-cost characters, more of them, but even there, even if I do this just once, I'm happy with it. All right, look at this family. So this is one of the few songs we kind of have remaining to potentially look at a Amber song strategy. I played this a little bit in the previous formats in a green-yellow discard kind of songs-oriented deck, and I know this I'll play a little bit of play there. And towards the tail end of this format, I think people also played it just to kind of get an advantage in some of those grindy Amber Steel mirrors. That being said, it is card advantage, so if we do have access to getting 7 cost and singers relatively early, and if the games are grindy enough, this can be good enough. but I think the cost is prohibitive enough that we don't want to be paying 7 for. We don't want to be paying 7 for this effect. You're really only net gaining 1 card. You do get a little bit of card selection in your deck, but the kind of deck that plays this is going to need to have a high density of both characters and singers specifically in order to play this efficiently. So I'm exerting, almost all the time, going to be exerting at least 2 characters outside of something like Powerline, which we'll talk about when we get into Ruby. I think this card is a role player and can be strong in the right context. So if we do have like an Amber Ruby deck that cares about songs, this may be slotting into that. That being said, I think the effect is not good enough on its own outside of a dedicated song strategy. I wouldn't put this in just all of my Amber decks or even consider it for all my Amber decks because the power level isn't there on its own. So I'd maybe put this at a 3 in constructed, where it can be a decent card in the right deck, and it's a fine effect. It's good at above average in terms of cards, but you would have to have a very specific deck to actually play this. In limited, I'm putting this at like a 1.5. I don't really want to be taking 7 cost of singers or 7 worth of ink to be able to play this song at this point. Yeah, I think the 7 singer 4 cost aerial is not necessarily where we want to be on the card like this. I think somebody asked in the chat, what about that card kind of with this? And of course you could sing that right off of this, right? And maybe she would see some play in a deck where we are trying to hit a net, a requisite number of high singers. If we have a bunch of different high cost songs in the deck, maybe she is good enough just because of her very specific text of having that high singer. But where I would want to play this is, with cards that have a little bit better stats just on base. So maybe that's something like your Troubadours, where he has very good stats, all on his own, but plus the singer is good. Or of course, like Powerline, which we'll talk about later, has that singer 9 and is getting this effect relatively cheap, because I'm playing a 6 cost singer, but also the fact that I'm just playing a song that's replacing itself is going to matter there a lot, is going to be the better kind of singer for this. That being said, if we are just starved for singers, maybe the 4 cost 7 singer Ariel does see play. I don't think she's strong enough on her own, but if we really just have this, if a deck, comes out, and I haven't tested this, so I don't know how well it would do. If a deck comes out where we have Amber, have a need for these really big songs and just try to keep really big songs going, maybe look at this family sees play with that 4 cost Ariel. But I think the 4 cost Ariel wishes she had a little bit better stats, or did something else to replace herself. Right now, though, there's not good ways to kill characters that cost 4 or that have body of 3/3. That may change, but outside of like 5-drop Elsa that's going to be exerting it and things like that, a 3/3 body for 4 is pretty safe right now. So maybe there could be something there, but on face value, I'm not seeing it. All right, Stitch Carefree Surfer, a very strong card. This is a card I'm happy to put in a lot of character-heavy decks, especially if we don't see a board wipe printed here in the next week, where they finish up some of the reprints and some of the new cards. Usually, I don't want to play this just for face value. So I usually am not looking to just, naturally ink up to 7. That being said, if I am in a deck where I'm playing these high cost Amber cards, something like the Lantern can enable this, or if I'm playing maybe Ramp with blue, or, various other ways to get me cheat this into play. In the past, we did play this in like a Mufasa strategy as kind of a late game payoff, that and a big flip we can potentially get to. This card is excellent there, though, as a 7 cost card that is a very high stat line for 8, questing for 2, and then potentially net gaining you 2 cards. This has the potential to be a 3 for 1. So in the decks that can play this, I think this is a all-star. Yet to be seen if Amber is going to be like a big characters matter strategy still. We don't have Mufasa right now, and really it would have to be something like maybe an Amber Sapphire or something that's taking advantage of that lantern to go higher up the curve. So we're in the decks where it fits in. I think this is a very strong card. I would give this like a 3.5. That being said, right now I don't see a good home for it. In limited, I would put this at like a 4. So in limited, of course, I'm looking for usually lower to the ground characters and to play a strategy that's going to be, winning the early tempo games. That being said, if we do get into those late games, this is a perfectly fine character. And the fact that it's inkable with a very good option in the late game makes it a card I'm happy to take. So there are removal and things like that maybe I would take over this in limited, but I think this is a little bit stronger in that format where a 3-for-1 is really going to break a game open. All right, we've gotten into the new cards for Amber here. So we have Circle of Life. This is a card we have not seen in play yet, of course. The art on this thing is awesome. I do like that they kind of did this clipped art for the bird here and the cliffs kind of coming over and bleeding into the black. So really looking forward to getting my hands on just a copy of this to see how it looks in paper. We have another big song, matters kind of thing. So to your point earlier, talking about, that maybe that 4-cost Ariel is good enough just because it has that really high singer value. Maybe in a strategy like this, it's, makes sense. Playing a character from your discard for free in other card games, being able to cheat characters into play or cheat creatures into play in Magic or in other games is a strategy that often is very strong. Right now, I can't point to a ton of cards that I would want to reanimate with this card. So if we could potentially get this into the discard with maybe like a Amber Steel deck with something like Troubadour and maybe Mulan, we could maybe put the 10-cost Mickey into play, and that thing is a house. So maybe that is a reason why we want to be, playing a card like this, maybe alongside, something else that is able to return a character from a discard to play. And so you can potentially accomplish this very early, but I don't think this is going to see play outside of a very dedicated strategy where I have really big characters to cheat into play in the mid to late game. 8 for this song is just very high. Even at Sing Together, it means I'm going to have a dedicated singer strategy that also is going to get really high value characters into my discard. So living the dream with like a turn 1 Mulan where I'm going to draw and discard my Mickey, play Troubadour, play another singer on turn 3, and maybe on turn 4 I put in a 10-cost Mickey. That would be great. But I think we're talking about Magical Christmas Land a little bit on this, where I have to have this in my hand, I have to have efficient singers in my hand, and I have to have a good discard outlet. So definitely remains to be seen. I haven't tested this card and haven't put a deck together with this. There's something here, but I don't think we have all the pieces yet for to be consistent enough in a deck. So a powerful song though, something to keep our eye on for the future. I'd put this like a 2.5. The power level is here. If we do have like if we have a high enough number of big characters that we'd want to bring back with this thing, maybe it goes up in value. And maybe I'm discounting something I'm not aware of in terms of Circle of Life. Definitely drop something in the chat if you have a good sense of like other big things you might want to bring out, or if you have a strategy you think that would be good to focus around this. But right now, all I can think, all I would put together and I'd really be willing to put into play is something like that 10-cost Mickey. Not thinking of a ton of other characters I would want to cheat into play with this. For limited, I would never play this. I think it's again kind of Magical Christmas Land to have 8 costs worth of singers and to have something big in your discard. Almost never would play this, so I'm putting this at a 1. Powerful effect, but just costs too much. All right, and for Amber, rounding out, we have some of the other new cards. So we have this Minnie Mouse Sweetheart Princess. This is a 4-cost 2-quester. Gives your Mickey Mouses support, and when this quests, you can banish a character with 5 power or more. So this thing actually, I think, is kind of a house. You know, decently statted. 2/4 for 4 is fine. The Mickey Mouse portion of this could come into play, you know, in a deck where we have a strong Mickey Mouse that we want to play in our deck anyway. Maybe it is that the counterpart to this that we saw that has that other iconic art. But really, the piece I'm most interested in here is a repeatable banish of characters with 5 power or more. This thing can kill a shark every time it quests, or kill another big character every time you have the ability to quest with this thing. And without something like Brawl in the format, or and a lot of direct removal for willpower, especially, where it can live through a lot of different steel removal, I think often this is going to get the ability to quest in a deck where they have high priority 5 power characters. I think this thing can actually see a lot of play. So it is a role player, but that being said, it's a role player that's inkable. So I can put this on my deck as kind of a hedge against the decks where they are playing very high power characters, and potentially get that value and have a good answer to something like a shark. So this can be kind of a redundancy piece with something like World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and it's reasonable. Otherwise, I wouldn't call it great if I had to play a 2/4 for 4, the quest for 2 with if these abilities were not there at all. But it has enough text that can be relevant that I think there's something going on here. So I'm going to put this on a 3 for right now. I don't have a home for this right now, but I also haven't brainstormed a ton of Amber decks. Let me know if you have a spot for this thing. But I think the repeatable banish of 5 power character actually could be really strong. Repeatable banish in general is going to be really, really good. In limited, I would take this definitely above average. You're not always going to have a 5 power character, but the body is completely fine. And if I happen to get a Mickey, maybe even even a lower powered Mickey, the value of those Mickeys goes way up. So this can turn other cards in your deck from maybe a 2 to a 3, or a 3 to a 3.5. If I have decently efficient Mickeys and giving them support, along with the ability to just banish 5 power characters, kind of on demand, I would definitely take this above average. All right, next one is another new card. This is the Queen Conceited Ruler. So very good stats for the cost. 2/4 for 3 with support, just baseline. This card is completely fine. But there's more than that, right? So at the start of the turn, you can discard a princess or queen card to return character from my discard to my hand. In the right deck, this is going to be extremely powerful, especially if I have repeatable effects or rush characters or anything like that, where I can continue or come into play effects that I can play over and over and over again. This also could be, maybe played in conjunction with something like Circle of Life, where provides you a discard outlet to get maybe a big princess or a big queen. I can't think of any I would want to reanimate at this point, but this does give me a repeatable way to trade cards out and recur a card over and over again if I have a decent density of princesses or queens. Again, baseline, the card is decent for a 2/4 for 3 with support. Is completely reasonable, but having that trigger every single turn to potentially really take over a game with the right come into play effect makes this one definitely punch above its weight class. For right now, I have this at 3.5. I think this, with the right characters, can be part of a really powerful strategy, and maybe part of kind of one of our first combo decks we might see in Lorcana. Again, a repeatable source of discard with a repeatable source of recur is not something we've seen before, and this is something that's been really strong in other formats. For limited, I'm going to give this one a little bit higher rating. I think just off of the body, it's a punches above its weight class. And then if I do have princess and queen cards, which I think there's enough of them that you have access to, that recurring my best card every single turn is going to be really powerful, or the option to, right? I would probably take this almost every single time over everything else in a draft. And I would try to play this every single time in my constructed deck or in my sealed pools. All right, and we finished the end of the reveals for the new cards in Amber so far, but we did get this with the tail end of today. Another singer character for 4 that's kind of understated. Really, we're looking for a little bit better in terms of like aggressive questers or aggressive singers, a lower cost, really matters where we're trying to cheat things into play. By the time we get to turn 5 and this thing's able to sing, we may have missed our window where that singer ability is really going to pay off. We do have, and the fact that we just have better singer access right now makes this thing kind of, below average. Unconstructed, I'm going to put this at like a 2. I think maybe there is a songs deck where I can, we could play this, but I'm not happy to play it. And the second ability might as well will not be there. Remove 3 damage from a princess character is just so narrow. Healing is already not that great, where we have, just an understated body. We're not necessarily concerned with, healing a very specific card. Like, it's just too many abilities that are too narrow and don't really add up to enough concentrated power level on this thing. For limited, I think it's fine. I think the willpower is high enough that we can really take advantage of it with some of our combat tricks and things like that. I'd put this at average, and I would probably take this and put it in my deck happily. All right, so that is my evaluation for Amber so far. And I'm going to pause there for just a minute. I know some folks joined us here just to scroll up, especially for the new cards. To give a kind of a summary of the Amber cards we've had revealed so far, I think this Queen has the most potential of all the things we've seen in terms of the Amber cards revealed. That being said, we do have a lot more Amber cards being revealed in terms of like new cards. I think we're supposed to get at least two or three more Amber cards revealed before next week is over. So we'll circle back on this, and I'll definitely add them to my tracker and rate them on a different stream when I circle back. But for right now, this looks like the top runner as far as like new Amber cards are concerned. Of course, it does also have that chase art, which looks really great. So not a dedicated home for this thing right now, but it has potential, and it definitely has enough power level there to enable a combo deck to maybe break through here. Any of you guys think are notables that that maybe disagree with me on some of these ratings, or anything like that, feel free to drop it in the chat. Happy to discuss it. Maybe I evaluated something wrong, maybe not considering a certain context. Definitely open to, a discussion around it. All right. So I do not lose my voice. I'm going to flip over to Amethyst, but I'm going to be right back, maybe just 1 minute. All right, got a drink of water here so we can keep talking. How's the audio sounding for you guys so far? Everything coming clear? Any issues with reading the cards or anything like that? First time trying to do a stream along these lines. I'm looking to see if this is kind of working out for you guys, or if something I could do differently. Let me know, certainly in the chat, if my voices are coming through, if we're having any kind of audio issues. All right. With that, I am going to go ahead and flip over to Amethyst. So starting with the reprints and then moving down into the new cards here, which I think this one is actually going to be really strong in terms of our Amethyst color, pool that's available to us. If you are just joining me, I am going to drop the link to the Google document I'm working in. This is something I'm going to try to finish out today as far as the cards that we have available to us right now. So feel free to look through this, just kind of get a sense of where I think we should be as far as constructed ratings, which cards are going to be strong and which ones aren't. Another thing I would advise you check out is I do have a video where I talked about all the best cards from sets 5 through 8. So if you are just looking to deck build and kind of get a sense of, hey, what are the card pool that I really want to be looking at the most, while I'm deck building in this new format, I would definitely take a look at that video as well, which I'll go ahead and link that in the chat as well if that's something you're interested in. I go through all what I think are the most important cards from sets 5 through 8 before the Fabled comes out, and trying to get you set up for maybe talking the context for all these new cards that are coming in. So hopefully gives you a sense of the metagame between the new cards and the old cards here. So appreciate you guys checking me out. I see a few different people come and go throughout the stream. So I appreciate coming to check this out, and hopefully it's good content for you guys. All right, so let's move into Amethyst. So starting off with Cusco here. Cusco is an excellent card. This is going to be, I think, a staple card in Amethyst strategies. It's something that we saw play as soon as it came out in terms of the older formats, especially with something like the library. Cusco is going to be a really strong card in our new format, and going to be something you want to be looking at first in terms of like building your Amethyst decks. Not every single Amethyst deck is going to want to play this, but I expect this to see play throughout a lot of them. So I'm going to put this at, let's give this guy a decently high rating here. And let's make sure we have a big enough one. I think for Cusco, this is something like a 3.5 or a 3. And let me make sure this guy is big enough. Let's make sure our font is what I want it to be here. Okay. Yeah, I think this is for like a 3.5 on constructed side. And then as far as limited is concerned, I believe this is also going to be at All-Star Unlimited. That being said, it is not something that is necessarily going to break the format wide open or anything like that. In terms of, limited, though, I'm happy to put this on my deck every single time, and can't think of a time when I would not want to play this. I'd put this at like a 3.5. This is even like fringing on a 4 in terms of limited. Not something that's going to break the game open like a bomb, but it is something that, a card where if I have access to it, I will play it every single time. Oop, let me flip back. We're moving too far. Make sure this font is showing how I want to. Okay, let's move into the Magic Mirror. So the Magic Mirror, I do have coded here. I have the art from the old one from set 1, but I believe this is now an uncommon. So For what it's worth, that might have some impact on limited, of course, where we have a little more access to this card. In constructed, I think this in the early days of the game was very, very important. So if we're talking about set 1 specifically, where we didn't have access to good repeatable card draw outside of this, this was a 4 of in every single one of your Amethyst decks and was a really important card. I think right now the format is a little bit too slow for us to be able to play this thing. That being said, if the format does the format's a little too fast for us to be playing this thing. If the format does slow down and we need a repeatable source of card draw, if Dumbo isn't, the premier source of card draw that I think it is going to be, this thing is another option. Just paying 4 to draw a card, seems terrible, but we have done a lot of different things to be able to draw a card with a popsicle in the past, and we're in a format where we may not necessarily have access to that. This may not be as bad as it seems. Again, it has the potential to pop up in a format that's very, very grindy. For limited, I think you don't necessarily always have time to put an Inkable in your deck and to spend 6 to draw a card. In very specific limited strategies, I could maybe see playing this. I'd put this at like a 1.5 in limited, where it's very hard for me, at least, to see giving enough time to an opponent to be able to get repeat use out of this thing. If for some reason you get into a really grindy matchup against somebody, maybe this is something you can side in. But as far as limit is concerned, I think this is a little bit too slow there and too tempo negative without cards to be able to catch you back up like a board wipe. Right. Moving on to Poor Unfortunate Souls. Return chosen character, item, location, cost 3 or less their player's hand. I don't think this is playable at all, to be 100% with you. So keep this. I would put this at a 1, and returning a character to the owner's hand that costs 2 on a song. Maybe there's a world in which we want to play this. This is a filler song, but it would be a very narrow scenario for me, which I would want to play Poor Unfortunate Souls. For limited, the same thing. We're net losing a card. It has very narrow context where it can only return something 2 cost or less. And really the things I'm going to be returning their hand are going to be giving me net tempo on those plays. Rose Lantern is a repeatable source of moving damage. So, and kind of back to my rule of, anything repeatable, especially on a non-character source, is potentially powerful. That being said, we have a lot of other damage moving abilities that are just outclassing this and constructed. I don't see this seeing play outside of the most narrow circumstances. It being only 1 damage at a time really also limits this. So we're talking about paying the initial cost of 2 and then paying 4 and then moving into a scenario where I have a character that has at least 8 damage on him. We're wasting a lot of time on something like this. So let's keep that in mind. I'm going to put this at a 1 for constructed. In limited, I think we're in the same boat here. Even though this is an inkable, I'd maybe give this at a 1.5 there, where, I wouldn't be, I would put this on my deck if I had to, just because it's an inkable, but maybe not strong enough to get us anywhere fast enough to matter in our tempo-oriented games. All right, this Elsa, from a constructed perspective, has seen play in the past. This card is a very specific role player in that it is a 3-cost Elsa that allows us to shift relatively early in the game. There are better Elsas, especially for shifts, if we're talking about Spirit of Winter and wanting to shift into Spirit of Winter, that we have access to. Right now in sets 5 through 8, we have the Elsa Fifth Spirit, which is going to be a lot better. But this is costed low enough that its name being an Elsa's is relevant, and the ability is, can sometimes mean exert chosen character and, kill it immediately. So it sometimes can be good enough for constructed. That being said, it's a little bit lower power level than we're used to. It would have to be a very specific deck for me to want to be able to play this. I put this at like a 2, where it may have some context to constructed, but it's going to be a very specific, narrow set of decks that want to play this. For limited, though, I'd take this at maybe a 3.5. The stats are fine for the body, and being able to exert opposing characters as they come in is often part of locking up limited games. When we move into that mid to late game, maybe your opponent has something like 16 or 18 lore, you have the board advantage. This is the kind of card that can win you those games. This is also the kind of card that can give you favorable trades every turn if they do allow this to live. So very high on this card in limited. I'd say this is above average in limited for sure. All right, moving to last ditch effort. Exert a character, give it challenge. They give another character challenge. Right now, I don't think this card is good enough, but I have seen it in constructed decks and played in prior formats. Not something I have played in the deck. It being uninkable, has a lot to do with that. Amethyst has a good amount of effects like this, where it can give a decent amount of challenger for a decent cost. Hypnotic, I believe it's called Hypnotic, can't remember the name of it, but there's a 3-cost action that gives you +2 challenger, I believe, and draws a card on it, and it's inkable, right? Hypnotic Trance, I want to say. But the it being uninkable for this effect makes this a little bit harder to play, but it does a lot of times translate into a removal spell. So I could see in a very specific metagame where we are looking to exert things proactively, maybe in the Dumbo metagame that I'm kind of anticipating. We'll see here in a little bit why that is. This would allow you to actually deal with that card the turn it comes down. So I don't see a place for this right now, but I would say this is the kind of effect that can be powerful in the right context. So I'm going to give this a below average, but I think it could be a role player in the right decks, and is strong enough to maybe see play in those types of strategies. As far as limited is concerned, I think this is a fine effect. It being uninkable is a little bit frustrating, but this does kind of translate into hypnotic strength. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. The limited context on this one is it more or less translates into a removal spell, where I can at least trade up and again exert an opposing character as it comes down. I'm not looking to take this very highly, but I'd probably put this on as an average, as kind of a removal spell with an upside. Often you can kind of wait for a key turn and get a 2-for-1 on this kind of effect. So perfectly fine for limited, if not maybe a little bit higher than a 3 in some context, depending on your deck. All right, keeping it moving here for Amethyst cards. Ursula Sea Witch, whenever this card requests, opposing character can't ready at the start of the next turn. So a lot going wrong here, unfortunately. If this exerted something and then also said it could not ready at the start of the next turn, we'd be in business. I think this was a card that would see play. That being said, this has a lot of what ifs, right? This is, what if I have three ink available, and just need a 3/3 ground body, and the character is exerted, and they see it coming too, is kind of the other issue with this card. So for constructed, I don't think we'd ever play this. It's not powerful enough on a rate to be good enough just on a body, and then the effect does require you to quest, and the opponent is going to see this coming from a mile away, so you don't necessarily get the avenue of getting value from this when it comes down. I'd put this at maybe a 1 or a 1.5 maybe. The stats are not completely embarrassing, but I think we're still at a 1 for this guy. As far as limit is concerned, I think it's okay. I probably would put this below average, again, because they do see the effect coming, but a 3/3 for 3 is kind of on rate with what we expect. Maybe we'd expect a 4/3 for 3 or a 3/4 for 3, but a 3/3 for 3 is a reasonable body. What does set it back quite a bit is it being uninkable. In scenarios where I don't necessarily need a 3/3 for 3, or maybe I'm trying to have more flexible plan. In limited, this does hold us back a little bit. I think this goes up just a nudge in limited, though, where an ability like exerting an evasive character, while I'm trying to go for my game plan is going to be good enough. So I'll give this just a little bit more rating in terms of limited, and I'd play it sometimes. All right, White Rabbit's Pocket Watch. Another card that kind of gives good memories from set 1 metagame for Ruby Amethyst. Control. I don't think this card is good enough anymore, though. We have so many characters that are good on rate for Rush that I can't see spending 4 to initially give a character Rush right now. Maybe if there is a strategy where Rush is going to be more prevalent, which I'm not seeing right away, or a strategy where Amethyst is needing to play just an item count, maybe this could be an item that contributes to that strategy. That being said, it's a little bit too inefficient. I believe this is also one that did get downshifted. I put this at like a 1.5. Not completely unplayable, but it's just too inefficient. In limited, I would never want to play this. The problem here with this card is that we are spending too much to get the effect, and I don't have good ways to recoup that card advantage in limited regularly. So I can't really afford to spend my turn 3 not playing a character and getting on board. And in the late game, I've already played most of my characters, and in the value on that Rush is going down and down. So I'd say similarly like a 1.5. It's not uninkable and doesn't have like actual 0 text, but it is not really playable either. Not something I would put in my deck on purpose. All right, Camilo Madrigal. We have a card that's very interesting, actually. When I first read this when it came out initially, the fact that it's basically either a 3/5 for 4, or excuse me, a 4/5 for 4, or a 2 quester. It's interesting. That gives us kind of decent stats both directions. Not something I'm looking to play in constructed, but so I'd put this probably at a 1. We have so many better bodies to be looking at before I start looking at this thing. Unless I specifically want a Madrigal or an ally, it's not something I'm going to be looking at there. But in limited, I think I'm pretty happy to play this. I'd put this at a 3 and maybe closer to a 3.5. Yeah, when you need it to be, it's a 2 quester. When you need it to be, it's a strong challenger. Really, pretty strong. Pretty happy to put this on my deck every time. All right, Dolores Madrigal is a card that did see play in our Ruby Amethyst decks and our all the different Amethyst strategies in not set 8 metagame, but in previous metagames. When this came out, it saw a 4-of play in a lot of different decks alongside Rabbit, kind of before we saw Genie come into play and make its name a little bit. This is a very good card on rate. This mostly reads a 3/3 for 4, quest for 2, draw a card when it comes into play. So this is slightly less stats than a Genie, if you kind of think about it that way. So Genie is, of course, a 2/4 for 4 with that evasive stat line, but this is inkable where that Genie is not. And the power being a 3 versus that 2 actually can come into play. I would not be surprised to see this played in a 4-of in our Amethyst constructed decks. Just really depends on what cards we're looking for in some of these in the 4-cost slot and some of that mid-range slots, especially in something like a Blurple, where we are looking for more 4 drops to play to be able to consistently play something on 4. This card looks a lot better in those kinds of things. So I think in constructed, this is at least average, if not above average. I'd put this at a 3. In limited, I would put this at a 3.5 or maybe even a 4. Again, this is an amazing card on rate. This is a good body for the stats, good quest line, and reads, almost 100% of the time we're going to be drawing an extra card. So I'm getting a 2-for-1 on this almost every single time. So really great card. All right, as far as Genie, supportive friend is concerned, we have a character that lets you, when it quests, draw 3 cards. So on rate, we've spent 1 to draw 3, but the timing here is really important. So this does take a long time to set up, and the fact that it's uninkable really kind of kills this one. We did see this one play very briefly in Jafar wheel strategies a little bit. alongside that kind of strategy where you can play this and then kind of pop it off when you're going for your Jafar line and to just, kind of finish the game. In a very specific strategy where I'm looking to draw 3 cards off of that, maybe this could be a role player there. But otherwise, I think it is the fact that it's uninkable and in a color where we have a lot of good card draw already. Specifically, the Dumbo evasive package is going to be drawing tons of cards. It's hard to justify putting this in our decks on power level. If the format goes to a different place than I think it's going to be, maybe there is a reason where you want to be drawing 3 cards. But the uninkable on this and not doing anything the turn it comes down makes this a really hard sell right now, even though it is potentially a big upside on card draw. I'm going to put this one at a 1.5. I'd say it has some potential, but it is very difficult to make this thing work. In limited, I'd put this a little bit higher. The body is decent on rate, and I could see a situation in which I use this to punch a character that maybe has a 3 toughness, and then later on I quest and get my value back out of it. So I would not be unhappy to put this on my deck. I'd probably put this like a 2 or 2.5. Drawing 3 cards in limited often can kind of break the game open, and for the body for the cost is fine and completely fine in limited. I'm perfectly happy to play a 3/5 for 4 in limited, especially with potential to draw me 3 cards later on. All right, another reprint that we saw this morning is this Jafar Keeper of Secrets. 4 for a 2 quester 0/5 is going to be with a +1 power for each card in our hand. So this is a card we have played in the past before, especially in decks where we care about it being a Jafar, right? For stuff like Shift. Right now, none of those come to mind. The same thing with something like the Villain and the Sorcerer tagline hasn't necessarily been relevant right now in this format. But on rate, it's decent. It can be a very big character for 4 in certain scenarios. The idea of playing Jafar is not completely, out of the question for this one, but in previous formats where we played this, we didn't have other good options. I want to say set 1 metagame is really where we mostly saw this play, but at this point in the metagame where I'm seeing this being a very heavy evasive metagame where Amethyst has a lot of good evasives, and so does Emerald, and even Red. With a heavy evasive metagame, it's hard for this to get its value out. The rate on this is not bad, but just being a body right now is not necessarily good enough. It really has to be something better than just being big. So I'm going to give this one maybe a 2 for constructed at this point, but I couldn't see this. I could see this being played later on if there was a situation in which villains matter, Jafar matters, or it was more of a ground game. But for right now, there's so many other things competing with the slot, specifically, like Dolores and the Genie. We have so many other better things that are going to get better value on average. It's hard to see a spot for this guy. In limited, I think this is average. It being a very high willpower is very strong, of course, and being a 2 quester. That being said, it tapers off in the mid to late game pretty quickly, so it loses value. So I just put this as an average. I'd be okay with putting it in my deck, but it does lose value fairly quickly as we move to the mid to late game. All right, going through kind of our rest of our cards here. We have a 4/3 rush for 4, and this for right now is our Fox at home, right? We don't have a good card in Amethyst, at least competing with this right now. The stats are nothing to write home about. I wouldn't be extremely happy with playing this, but in a world where we may need something just to break through daisies and to kind of start punching out things like rhinos and things like that, this may be what it comes down to, just because there aren't that many characters in Amethyst that give us this rush on this part of the curve. I don't think this is a good card. I'd put this at like a 1.5, but we may see this actually seeing play in the format just because we need a rush character on rate on this part of the curve. So we'll see. If aggro decks are prevalent and we need an answer for like Daisy out of something like Blurple, I could see putting a couple of copies of this in a deck. And this has seen played in. There is some chance of this seeing play in some Amethyst decks. Hey Shade, thanks for joining. I'm moving into the new cards. They're at the bottom of the list for all of these different colors. So I'll go through all the new cards that have been spoiled so far. I have the amber cards already gone through so far, so we're finishing up Amethyst, and then that will have the new cards in there. For limited, I'm very happy to put this on my deck. I'd put this like a 3.5. I'm almost always going to get a 2-for-1 on this card. Paying 4 for 4/3 rush is excellent. You can almost always get kill at least one thing and then trade again on the back when they have to spend either a character or a removal spell to deal with it. Peter Pan's Shadow is a card that may be important in the new metagame. The problem with this card, as opposed to Shadow Finder, is that it is a little bit late on the curve as opposed to that 3. We have the 4. And giving our rush characters evasive as opposed to giving evasive characters rush is just a little bit worse effect in the metagame we have coming up. That being said, this has been a good role player in the past. I think this card has some potential to see play. I'd put this guy at like a 3. Decent value on rate, a 2-quester for 4 with rush. Has the ability to get a 2-for-1 almost every time. But if it was the Shadow Finder, I'd probably give this like a 3.5 or a 4. Just not many rush characters to pair with this right now that are really going to give you that value and be able to punch out those evasives. For limited, I would take this as a 4. I think this card is excellent. Being a 2-quest evasive with rush is really everything we're looking for. I would almost always take this first pick if I have the option to. And the upside, if you happen to have a rush character that can gain evasive, even better, right? It just makes some of the cards in your deck that are not necessarily getting the most value, going to get a lot more value with this card, and I can play a wider range of cards and be efficient. But even if you have 0 rush cards, I would still play this every time and probably pick this first pick every time. All right, finishing up some of the characters here, we have Belle. This is a reprint from that we got spoiled through one of the promo sets, so I do believe it comes in one of the gift boxes. So this being reprinted is going to be really important, I think, for the Ruby Amethyst strategies where we're throwing damage around. This saw a lot of play in the previous format, and I think this one is going to be a really good card in the new format as well. Really efficiently costed 4/4 for a 5 and a 2-quester with a good come into play ability and a shift if you happen to have the ability to, makes this just extremely strong. Almost always is going to get a 2-for-1 when it comes into play and basically acts as a removal when it comes down. In limited, I would put this at a 5. I think this card is one I would take every single time and will be game breaking when it comes down. The fact that it's a 2-for-1 with a big body and quest for 2 is just game breaking. Every time you play this, you will swing the game in your favor. All right, the Queen is, I believe, one of the ones that we did get downshifted, so this one is no longer a super rare. In Constructed, there was a time and place where we could have played this. I think this is a little bit too slow for today's metagame. I would put this at like a 2. It's not completely irrelevant. There may be a time when we need a queen or a villain or one of those taglines makes sense to play. And this on rate is not bad. A 4/5 for 5 that can draw a card return has been very good in previous formats, but not something I would play today. As far as limit is concerned, I would take this every single time, over almost everything else. The fact that it is a big body for 5 that has draw a card on it every single turn means that you almost always are going to get a 2-for-1. If this thing is to live for more than a turn or two, you will win the game every single time just by burying them in card advantage. I would take this almost every time first pick, and if I have this in my draft pool, I will play it or in my sealed pool, I will play it every time. One of the cards we did get enchanted of is Winnie the Pooh. So Winnie the Pooh is nothing to write home about stats wise. Cool art. I wish I had a better ability to make this a little bit more playable. From constructed perspective, it's like a 1 or 1.5. It's I've seen somebody put it in their deck. I wouldn't recommend it. From limited, I think this is fine. I wouldn't be unhappy to put this on my deck. I would call this like a 3. It's average. It's a good body with a good quest line, but with no upside that really is going to take over a game or have advantage here. I'd say it's average. You're fine to put this in your deck. Oh, we got 2 Winnie the Poohs. Now slide TikTok up here. So we have TikTok. An evasive for 6 cost. I don't think we're never going to play this in constructed. We're too slow. I think this is the one. As far as limited is concerned, I think this is average. I think I'd be okay with putting this in my deck. It just costs a little bit too much to get to early to really take advantage of that evasive line and really put pressure on. That being said, it's a big body that could probably trade multiple times with their evasives. So I'd be happy to put it in my deck, but I wouldn't be seeking it out for early picks. All right, as far as other reprints are concerned, we have Elsa, Spirit of Winter. I think this card is going to be very important for Blurple strategies. I don't necessarily know that it's going to be played in every single Amethyst strategy just because of the cost prohibitiveness. Something like your Ruby Amethyst might see fringe play. I know that Blurple, though, will be happy to play 4 copies of this, especially with shifting on Elsa, Fifth Spirit. And maybe a Ruby Amethyst or 2 could see playing this. The fact that it kind of can get clogged up in your hand is a problem. That being said, it's a game-breaking card in the decks that can play it early or play it on curve. Something like Blurple is going to really take advantage of this card, and it's going to break up all those Amethyst evasive mirrors that I'm anticipating. I think this card is like a 3.5 or a 4 in constructed. Not going to be ubiquitous across every deck, but it is definitely above average. In limited, I am hesitant to take this card. It is a very powerful effect, and I could see it being a game breaker in the games where I'm able to play it. That being said, unless I have other Elsas to shift this thing onto, getting up to 8 ink is very, very difficult in a limited environment where we're trading blows early in the game. I would put this kind of a conditional 2.5. I would take this. I'd probably take it anyway, honestly, just a rare draft. I don't know who's seeing this thing and not just rare drafting it, even though it's not worth the $50 it used to be anymore. But I think you see a lot of people that say, oh, it's an Elsa, I'm going to take it. So, you're probably not getting another look at this thing. But I would not, from a strictly strategy perspective, in terms of limited, unless I have an Elsa to shift this thing onto on 6, I'm probably not going to play this on my deck. Getting to 8 is just asking too much. If you do get to play this, you're going to probably win that game. But how often are you actually going to be able to play it is the question you got to ask yourself. So the upside is high, but the downside is I have this thing bricked in my hand the whole game. All right, let me get this guy. One sec while I move this guy back down. Decided to break my spreadsheet a little bit. We can talk about Second Star to the Right, though. This is a card that got spoiled relatively recently. Unless the format is much slower than I anticipate it being, I think Second Star to the Right isn't going to see any play. The fact that it's uninkable really hurts this card. I think this is a card that could have some chance to be played in a really dedicated Singer strategy were it not uninkable. That being said, it is uninkable. It costs 10. Drawing 5 cards is going to put you way ahead in a lot of games, but it competes with something like our 5-cost Amethyst, draw 3, out of a previous set. It's very hard to justify putting Second Star to the Right in our decks with other good card draw options like Finders Keepers. So I put this guy to 1. Maybe there's some fringe strategy that wants to play this. And in limited, do not put this in your deck. It costs too much. You will never be able to play this. And if you have time to play this, you're probably going to lose the game on tempo. All right, another reprint we saw this morning was this Mama Odie. I believe this was downshifted as well from a rare. Mama Odie. Yeah, I did go over at the very beginning, just on the tier system. The scale of 1 to 5, 5 being on the constructed side, a multi-format all-star, something like a Diablo, a Maui Shark, or Hiram, maybe, right? Something like that is going to be something I consider a 5 at constructed. In limited, I would say a 1 is the lowest rating, 3 is average, and then 4 and 5 are going to be high picks in draft, or always take, always play, that kind of thing. If you do go back and watch the video, I can pull. I have the rating system actually in the link as well. I can drop for you. So if you do have this going, I have the rating system on the first tab of my called key here. So if you just want to take a look at that, it'll make a little more sense of what rating number system I'm going with. All right, getting into the new cards here. I think this is the best card in the set. I think this is by far the most format warping card we are going to have come out of Fabled. It is, I think, it's going to make Amethyst the best color in the set, and I think it's just so powerful that it is going to warp the format around it. One of the big things going for this card, so I'll talk about this in the context of the format. The big thing I'll point out to you is that we already have lots of good evasives that we already want to play in our decks. From an Amethyst Emerald perspective, we have our multicolored Diablo. We have Elfa Fifth Spirit, we have Genie, and there's a host of other evasives I could see putting in my deck just to enable cards like this, a card like this. Other cards this card makes better are things like your 2-cost Jafar, the 3/2 that gains evasive on your turn. This card being able to give all your evasives pay 1 to draw a card and gain 1 lore means that any card with evasive now gets double value. This is a card, and people disagree with me on this in certain cases, and I'm sure, if feel free to drop in the comments if you disagree with me on this. This is a card I think is going to be, again, format defining. I liken this to something like Diablo from the prior set. With the exception of it does require you to build around to a certain degree. But if you get to activate this multiple times, or if you play this on a board where your opponent doesn't have a good answer to it, paying 1 to draw a card and gain a lore with all of your evasives, or even just this card by itself, will take over the game in a very quick order. I'm expecting this card to be $50 or $60 in the early days of the set for a lot of different reasons, one of which is just a chase card in a set that has lots of reprints, where the reprint value, I think a lot of those cards are going to go down in price just because they've seen multiple printings on some of these. So a 3/3 in this format is very hard to deal with. We don't have unconditional board wipes at this point. Something like Under the Sea doesn't hit this card. People have talked about, as far as removal for this Dumbo, something like Tug of War, which is a 5-cost inkable steel action, not song, sorry, that lets you do 3 damage to all evasives, or do 1 damage to all non-evasives. And while that card may be able to do the 3 damage to actually kill this thing, I think you're so far behind. By the time you actually do that, even if you pay 5 and you knock this thing out, they have already drawn a card off of this, 1 at a minimum. And I think smart players are going to play this in such a way that we're going to have a lot of staring contests where no one is able to do anything until, you know, evasive start getting exerted and drawing a bunch of cards and getting a bunch of lore. We'll have to see in the coming days. Again, haven't put a ton of reps on this. I'm kind of just working on speculating a little bit off of, you know, what I think the metagame is going to look like. And if you've looked at my video that I did on cards from 5 through 8, I think Amethyst is already in a very good place, and this card is going to kind of cement it. There not being good answers for this and not being a true board wipe existing right now, unless they print one, which I'm fingers crossed on that. Right now, they have not revealed a board wipe, you know, any color will take out flyers or take out the flyers that we really care about, which are the Dumbo, the 2/4, and the 2/5. So I think this card is ridiculous, and I've seen cards like this in other games, you know, take over the format. And this is just a format where our power level is a little bit shrunk from the set 8 metagame that we're used to. In that metagame, we definitely could have handled something like this. I don't see this seeing significant amount of infinity play, but in this smaller format where we don't have good answers to, you know, wide boards, Dumbo, I think, is going to be an all-star. And I think if you're playing competitively, you need to pick up 4 copies of this immediately. So for Constructed, I'm going to give this, at least in the context of Core Constructed, a 5. Again, in Infinity, this goes down quite a bit, but I think this is too good of a card to pass up. In Limited, if you have the opportunity to take this thing, you will take it every single time, and it will win you. It will probably win you the draft or the sealed you're playing in. It is a completely ridiculous card. In Limited, it's even harder to deal with something like this, or it has evasive and is just going to be exerting itself every turn to draw a card and gain a lore. All right. Coming into some of the other new cards that they've given us for Amethyst. Yeah, so Shade is saying in the chat, you know, thinks the set's not going to be popular for veterans, but you know, new players. Yeah, I think it's going to be a net game for new players. Is kind of what I'm thinking about Fabled so far. So I'm not a person who buys a lot of boxes anyway. I buy at maximum 2 boxes a set just to get commons and uncommons without having to, you know, order them all as singles. I usually will buy the singles straight up. That being said, I think the estimated value for this set is going to be very top heavy, meaning, you know, all the reprint cards that are going to be really staples. A lot of people already have a lot of copies of these things, stuff like your Elsa, stuff like your Hades, Maleficent Dragons, and things like that. You know, they're seeing reprints. They're really strong cards, but the value is going to go way down just because there's a whole bunch of them are going to be in circulation. Whereas you have these iconic cards that are going to be chased, you're going to have these alternate arts which are going to be chased, and then you'll have a couple of these legendaries like Dumbo that are really going to take over the way we play the game. So there's going to be a lot of cards that have very low value and a few cards that have very high value. And just because the estimated value of the set is going to be relatively low, I think a card like this Dumbo, is actually going to be crazy high. Could be wrong, but my prediction is this thing, get your 4 copies. It's going to be format defining. It's going to be very, very important that you either play with it or know how to play against it, or both. All right, another card they spoiled for us, another Dumbo oriented card, 3 cost 2/2 evasive, on rate decent already. And then when you play it, you can give evasive to something else. I think this could be a role player in Constructed, where usually we're looking for a little bit better rate, you know, than a 2/2 evasive for 3, but giving something else evasive until the start of the next turn can be a card that we might see played just to take out other evasives realistically, or I have played this as kind of a role player to punch out, you know, maybe they have a big flyer or something, and I play this, and the turn it comes down, I'm able to maybe put a big Ruby character or a big, you know, something like a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy into one of their evasives to start trying to clear the board. So not a card I see playing a lot of played a lot in Constructed, but there's some value there. I think it's completely fine. In Limited, I think this thing is close to a 4. I'd probably put it like a 3.5. Definitely above average. Good stats for on an evasive, a very aggressive quester. And evasives are at a high premium in limited format. Giving something else evasive to be able to punch through, also very, very good. I'd probably play this every time I had the ability to in sealed, and would take this very highly in a draft. I'd probably only take like a true bomb over this. All right, next card we're going to talk about as far as new ones are concerned is Ursula Voice Stealer. So for Ursula Voice Stealer, this is a card I am not very high on myself, but I understand why you might be. So just to go over the card at first, it's a 3/4 for 5, inkable, which is fine. Not on rate, not terrible. So let's read through its ability, and I'm going to point out some of the finer points here that I think make this card less good than people might think. When you play this character, exert chosen opposing ready character. Then you may play a song with cost equal to or less than the exerted character's cost for free. So the key point on this, our best case scenario with this, right, is I play this on my turn 5, or I play it on my turn 4, maybe in a Blurple deck, and I exert their ready character they just played, and I play this huge song, and I get all kinds of value because I'm playing for things for free. The problem you're going to see with this card is that, number one, you do have to exert an opposing ready character. You cannot choose the character based off of the song you have to be able to play it every single time. Also, this is asking kind of a lot of you. This is asking that you have a song that's relatively low cost to be able to actually play it the turn you come down. So if we had something like a Friends on the Other Side, which is currently not legal unless they spoil that for us in this next week, I could see this card being really strong, or I could play that low cost song almost every time I play this. But as far as, they have to have a ready character, and you have to have the song to really take advantage of it, and the song has to be costed lower than their character, or at least equal to or lower than. Right now, I can't point towards the Amethyst song that I would want to play with this, over and over again. I can't think of a staple Amethyst song I want to play with this. Now, other colors may have them, and something like Steel, I could see playing Strength of Raging Fire, which is something we do have. We do have published for us. But really, where I'm looking to play something like this is probably in a deck with Maui Shark, where I can exert something and then go ahead and challenge the turn it comes down. So maybe it has, value enough here to potentially sometimes play a free big song off of exerting something, and then just playing kind of like a Pinocchio role from a previous meta game, in that it's a pseudo removal spell. There's something here, but I don't think this card is going to be like a top tier format warping constructed card. That, and again, the other thing going against this card is it's an Amethyst card, in a color that is kind of very flush with good cards. It's harder to find room for these. So maybe we're playing 1 or 2 in our Shark decks. Maybe we're going to see another song that's going to make this really strong, and make this always a 2-for-1, or give us that big tempo swing. But for right now, I don't see this slotting into my decks as maybe more than a 1-of just to try it out. So, definitely drop in the comments if you think I'm wrong on this one. But for right now, I think Ursula Voice Stealer is not necessarily a must play for me. I'd put it at like a 3 in constructed. I'm gonna wait to buy my copies of these. I don't think I'm gonna pay the price that they are when they come out, because I see this one going down until we see some songs that really make this strong. In limited though, so let's talk on that side. I think the song portion of this doesn't necessarily always have to come into play. I'm happy to just play a 3/4 body for 5 that's inkable, that can exert a ready character. And again, exerting ready characters is one of those mechanics in limited that can really put you ahead. So for limited, I think I'm higher on this. I think I am like a 3.5. I'm actually going to give this one a 4, just because it's just a really aggressively statted body and allows us to trade the turn it comes down potentially. And if I have a song, that's great. But most of the time I won't have that song, and that's fine. It's just, playing as basically an inkable big Pinocchio is still good and limited. All right, moving on to our other new card. The Magic Feather is a unique effect, something we haven't seen in Lorcana so far. So this is, I kind of liken this to maybe an enchantment or like an equipment if you ever played Magic the Gathering. This is a item, when it comes into play, you choose a character, and then as long as this item is in play, that character has evasive. So this is an item that will sit in play, give a character evasive for as long as this item exists. So a very unique effect. And because of what I anticipate being in a very heavy evasive metagame, I do expect this to maybe see some play out of Amethyst decks to counter other Numbo decks, and to be able to start taking out evasives or maybe bigger bodies. That being said, we're getting card disadvantage on this one for the most part, even though we can return it to our hand and play it over again, and theoretically throw it on another character later on. The cost to do so, we're talking about paying a total of 7 to play this thing, return it to hand, replay it. There's not a whole lot of decks that are going to be looking for this kind of effect. Maybe as a one-of in something like a Blurple deck that's just trying to get evasive on some of its bigger bodies like Hades or Elsa. As a role player, I think it can be fine, but I would not go higher than like a 1.5 on this thing. It being inkable gives it a little bit of a nod. It may be closer to like a 2, but not something I'd want to play most of the time. In limited, I'm probably a little bit higher on this thing. It is inkable and gives us the ability to have evasive recurring, which is something, if you ever played limited before, sometimes, especially in sealed, you will find yourself in a situation in which your opponent just has an overwhelming amount of evasives, and really you just have no ability to interact. So in limited, I could see this being a role player there that has some function just to either give a big quester of yours evasive and run away with the game, or to be able to contest their evasives and then return it and replay it there is not completely unreasonable, because we're going a little bit longer terms than something like limited. So not something I would take early, or not something I'd be really happy to play in my deck, but I take it late, and I think it can have some good use there. Yeah, I think Ruby Amethyst is going to be one of the top performing decks right off the bat. Shade, I think, just because of the Shark, still being around, giving us that Pirate's Life reprint, which we'll see here in a little bit, is a really big deal, and it's going to actually put us in a situation where all the Amethyst decks are good, and they'll have just kind of their own flavor of why. Did lose that Peter Pan Shadow Finder that we had in the last set to be able to enable that Shark, but I think Shark is a really big deal in a format where we don't have clean answers for him. Without Zeus being printed, or really anything that's like a universal board wipe that hits him, he's pretty safe. He's like safe as he's ever been. So until you exert him, he's just going to sit there being angry, I guess. All right, another new card from the Dumbo franchise. We have a 1/4 for 2, and then when you have an evasive in play, this character gets +1 lore. I don't think this makes the cut in our constructed decks. Even in the decks playing lots of evasives, a 1/4 quest for 2 for 2 is on rate with Daisy without a downside. So maybe if there is just a hyper aggressive deck that plays evasives every turn, this could have a world where it's what we want to be doing. But I think I'd rather have a more efficient card most of the time. It's close though. I think I'd put it like a 3 in constructed. It's fairly efficient. In limited, I think this one is going to be a role player. If I do have the evasives to back this thing up, it is really strong. Otherwise, a 1/4 body for 2 is completely fine. So a mediocre card with some potential upside. I'd put this like a 3 in limited. If worst case scenario, it's a 1/4 body that's inkable, and if I don't see the other half of this to make it good, I still have a decent body that if I need it early on, and can ink it in the situations where I don't have the evasives. All right. And that wraps us for Amethyst. So really, just to get kind of give a summary for Amethyst, especially if you look at the cards we have, you know, from sets 5 through 8, I think Amethyst does run away with things in this new format. For anybody that's tired of seeing Amethyst cards or wants to see some other colors kind of really dominate, I'd say in set 8 we saw Amber Steel be really a stronger force than Amethyst towards the tail end, especially. But I think we're going to be in for a really going to be in for an evasive metagame where something like this Dumbo and all the other good evasive cards like Genie and Elsa Fifth Spirit are going to be a really big deal. We're going to have a lot of grindy, evasive based games in our future. This is the first 5 for me in terms of the set, both limited and constructed, that I would point out here. This Dumbo, I think, is going to be completely format defining. So get your copies of it if you can. If you open one, congratulations. I think they're going to be very expensive for a good while, at least until we start shifting towards more infinity. All right, I'm going to take just a minute and a half here. I'll be right back with Emerald. Confirm new starter deck. I believe we've seen the art on the starter decks, but I don't believe they told us, kind of what the contents are. I want to say the Amber 7-cost Singer is on the one cover of the starter decks. So just show that one again. I believe we saw this Ariel up here. Where are you, Ariel? Flipping too fast. I think we saw this Ariel on one of the starter deck covers, so there was at least one Amber one, and I want to say they spoiled another, the blue Mulan out of one of the other starter decks. But other than that, I'm not sure we know exactly what's going to be in it. I don't anticipate this Dumbo being a starter deck, so I probably won't buy any starter decks. But it is a good opportunity with regards to starter decks. If you have people that are just starting the game for the first time, this is probably a good place to start, because we do have a lot of high quality reprints in this set. So if they do put a lot of really strong commons and uncommons, and even some of these downshifted rares in there, hopefully the starter decks are a good place for people to come into the game and actually start with a fairly decent standing. I've almost never recommended people buy starter decks until now. I bought one maybe in the very first set, just so my wife and I could start playing. But they just have so few cards that you're ever going to see in your final decks and your constructed decks, that it's often not a great idea to buy them. I think Elsa Fifth Spirit was in one of them, so that was pretty good recently. So hopefully there's some chase cards in them, at least some playable stuff. All right, thanks for the question. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take maybe a 2-minute break, and then we will come over to Emerald. All right, and I'm back. Let me get just a drink of water here. Just looking through the chat here. Yeah, I haven't seen the Bolt starter deck, but I don't buy a ton of the starter decks. But but I'm glad that they're actually printing ones that are semi-functional out of the bat or off the bat. Yeah, Be Prepared is definitely one I would like to see, but I am not anticipating seeing a Be Prepared reprint. Sources have kind of said so far that we are not going to see a Be Prepared reprint. So we may be in a world where there isn't a universal Ruby board wipe here for the first time. So just depends on how they want this format to play out. I mean, if we don't see a board wipe, it's going to really shape the way this metagame plays out. We do have, of course, the Under the Sea reprint, there, but that really does require us to have like Sapphire Coil active, or maybe something else that's going to give us the ability to play Under the Sea, with a bunch of singers and stuff like that. So we don't have a ton of ways to actually drop power efficiently, and the card draw engines in blue aren't really there right now. So maybe there is a deck that plays like Clarabelle and plays Under the Sea and is able to kind of work around that with Sapphire Coil. Still to be seen, but hopefully we do see some sort of Ruby board wipe. I definitely am still looking forward to playing my Sharks, and I have played in a mid-range format like this before in other games like Magic, and they're just not the best. They tend to be very long games, very grindy, and they're not necessarily the most skill intensive either. I don't know that aggro is going to take over per se, but I think it's going to be a very grindy mid-range metagame if we don't see a Be Prepared print. Stuff like Dumbo will take over where we don't have good answers for Dumbo. So something to kind of keep in mind as we're going through here. And if we do see a reprint this week, we still have some previews, I believe, till Friday. So we still may have some more cards that will come down the line and give us some more, reprints that may be meaningful in this metagame. So I'm gonna keep an open mind for right now. All right, as far as reprints on Emerald, we're gonna kind of zip through these. I'm gonna try to get through all the colors tonight, but we will see how long this ends up taking. So we're at a good pace right now, I believe. Let me make sure that we are okay. Font and everything is okay. All right, as far as Merfolk is concerned, I think that Merfolk is a horrible card. I hate playing against it, but it's very strong. This might enable what our premier aggro deck ends up being, which may be a green-yellow aggro deck, if Amber Steel doesn't end up having enough tools to really keep its spot as the #1 aggro deck. But something like a Dogs deck, I hesitate to say Turnidogs because we're losing Chernobog. But something like a Dogs deck could have a lot of tools to actually be really strong. And Curse Merfolk has traditionally been a really powerful card that enables a bunch of different strategies. So I think I'm playing this one out of 4. It is one of the best things you can be doing that is like this, aggressively questing with a drawback that's going to pressure their hand. In Limited, I don't love this one as much. I do think in Limited we get to a point where really you can trade with this thing without having to ditch your hand, and your card value is not necessarily as high in Limited. I'm looking to have on-board presence a little bit more, where I can't guarantee I'm going to have a very aggressive deck in Limited. So I'm putting this like a 2.5. There are decks that do want to play this in Limited, but it'd probably be like a very aggressive draft deck, or if I just so happen to open a really fast pool of sealed. All right, Hidden Cove. I think this is a really strong card. There's a couple of different strategies that we'll want to play this, and especially when we have all these evasive mirrors, I think Hidden Cove is a card where we are going to want to play quite a bit. So I would put this as average. We wouldn't want to play this in every single strategy, but we do want to play it in stuff like potentially your green purples and maybe even your green yellows to enable trades when we have a lot of those mirrored creatures. Your Dumbos killing Dumbos, stuff like that. Or just giving you advantage on some of those evasive wars. In limited, I'm really high on this card. While it does not give you immediate board advantage, it does, help you in your tempo game and can make your characters trade up quite a bit. So it can give you a lot of like virtual card advantage. So I wouldn't put this at a 4, but I would put this at like a 3. Maybe a 3, actually a 3.5 in limited, where I'm almost always happy to play it as long as I have a good character base to go with it. Especially if I have a lot of smaller characters. Hidden Cove can really take over a game. Improvise, I think, is going to be a big role player for Constructed, just because Iago is going to be a very popular card. Iago is a big evasive with good stats, is going to be a really important card in the metagame, and this kills a Iago and draws you a card. Otherwise, +1 and draw a card in other scenarios. It has fringe play for one cost. Being inkable, the opportunity cost is very low, and killing Iagos are going to be at a premium in our new format. So with all the Amethyst decks, Amethyst flight helicopter decks, as I like to call them, running around, I think we do need to be playing stuff like Improvise in our decks, or Huffle Ups and Woozles, stuff that can just kill that Iago out of the sky and give you value in the process. So I put this guy as like a 3, very solid role player, and going to be really important for the Emerald decks to combat Iagos. In limited, it's fine. I'd say a 3 as well there. It's inkable. It says draw a card on it, and it can help you trade into certain other characters. And if we have a reason where actions matters, it gets a little bit more value, but it's kind of a low value combat trick. It's fine. I'd play it if I had nothing better. As far as Little John is concerned, I think this card does not have a ton of value on its own, but there are a lot of Emerald Amethyst decks and things like that have a use for something just for a 0/4 body, because they do have a lot of buff effects that can take advantage of this. A 0/4 is kind of on rate for what we expect. We see a 2/2 for 1, where a 0/4 for 1 is high on that willpower. It makes it a little bit harder to kill off. If you're in a very all-in aggressive deck, I think this deck can be a good role player there. Otherwise, you're not going to see it in any other decks. Outside of the ability to buff this thing, you shouldn't really be playing this. In limited, it is not uninkable, but it has no board presence. I would not want to put this on my deck. All right, Little Pegasus reprint. This is one of the ones that's going to be a promo in the new League promo. So you'll get your foil copies of this pretty easily if you don't have them already. Pegasus Gift for Hercules for Constructed, I think, is always going to be a strong card in stuff like your Emerald Amethyst decks. And then where in a Dumbo metagame where I can play a Dumbo and then pay 1 to have this thing draw me an extra card, I think the value goes way up. So I'm probably a 3.5 on this thing, just slightly above average to me. In limited, I'm okay with this card. I think it's completely reasonable, and it does have evasive, so it leads us to gain some advantage early. But the body being so small means that if they have any kind of evasive to challenge it, we're basically going to get it 2 for 1 every time. So this card's fine, but not above average. I'd be happy to put it in my deck, but not excited to. Ward Aladdin saw some play at the tail end of this last metagame in the Emerald Amber decks, just as a way to make sure you have a singer for Under the Sea and some of its early songs, with Ward being relevant there just to make sure that the character lives long enough to be able to sing with. That being said, a 2/2 for 2 with Ward is going to be very fringe play. I think this is like a 2 for me. There may be a deck that cares about this, but I'm not necessarily interested in it. In limited, I'm probably in a similar place, maybe like a 2.5. Ward can be a relevant text, in certain scenarios, but it doesn't have much board presence. For 2, we're expecting a little bit more stats out of a card like this. Enchantress is a card that did see play in some aggressive decks, especially early on in previous formats. So this card is a little bit worse than Curse Merfolk, but it can ink, and the stats are pretty good where we don't necessarily have a ton of steel running around. So if you do find yourself in that kind of metagame where we can, play this decently costed 2-quester with an upside, this card actually can be really good, and not a metagame where steel is not really a big factor. So I give this like a 3. I'd say it's average. Not going to see it in every deck, of course. It's not going to be prolific or played in a bunch of different decks, but there are certain strategies that will want just an aggressive curve of Emerald Questers. In Limited, I'm happy to play this thing. I'd say this is a 3 for me as well. It's inkable. It's aggressive when you need it to be. And the only thing that keeps this from being a little bit higher is that it cannot do anything to come back on a board. So in the late game where I'm looking to potentially, if I'm on the draw and my opponent has a really advantage on the board, I'm looking to start trading up. And Enchantress is never going to trade up unless you are the aggressor. So the fact that you can ink it, though, in those scenarios makes this a little bit better, and definitely, reserves some value there for me. Megara is a card that has seen play in Constructed before, but I think gets outclassed a little bit by stuff like the Tramp that costs 2, that gives you a little bit more power on come into play. If we have a reason to play a bunch of these little buff characters in Constructed, maybe it has a place, but otherwise it's relatively low value. In Limited, I'm pretty happy to play this. I'd put this at a 3, maybe even a 3.5, depending on the deck, where if I do have a deck that has a bunch of high willpower characters, I can get a lot of advantage, potentially at a 2-for-1 out of a card like this. So happy to play this in Limited. 3, maybe closer to a 3.5 on this card. I think it's actually a good combat trick, and often can be a 2-for-1. All right, Ursula Deceiver reprint is one that I wasn't necessarily anticipating, but this is a very, very strong card. I think in every single Emerald deck, we are going to see, you should at least be considering playing this card. So for me, the Constructed, this is almost ubiquitous. I would say not every single time, but this is a 4 for me in Constructed. Just one of the best cards Emerald has to play with, especially to fight song metagames. But the fact that it's inkable, and if you know the matchup, you can just get rid of this thing, means that it's good when you need it, and it's good when you don't need it. In Limited, we can't really count on the song portion being there, so we're really just looking at a 2 cost for a 1/3. Maybe in a sideboarded game for game 2 and game 3, there's a situation in which I want to be playing Ursula Deceiver if I see them have a bunch of songs or a song that I really need to hit out of their hand. But as it stands, I think this thing is closer to like a 1.5 or a 2 in Limited, just understated for not having the effect you really need there. You need your cards to be trading up in Limited most of the time, and we really want like a 1/4 for a 2 or better in that kind of environment. All right, Hey Bumbling Rooster is a card that did see a little bit of constructed play in previous formats. That being said, I don't think our power level has powered down enough for Hey to really be a constructed, ubiquitous in your constructed decks. I think this thing's like a 2.5. The stats are almost there. We have a 2-quester for 3, and if you could count on this always getting you an ink, and kind of playing around it in such a way that you could always get an ink out of it, or always ramping on the draw, maybe this thing is going to be pretty playable. But the fact is, we don't have anything like that. There's no real cards in the game other than Mufasa that lets you like pick up ink for advantage or anything like that. So if we did get something like that in play where I'm picking up ink, and that I've already played and getting some kind of advantage out of that, a card like Hey could be really strong. But right now, there's nothing that really pushes this card over the edge. But it's close. It's close to being kind of mainstream playable, and especially as a role player, if cards like that do come out. In Limited, I'm very high on this card. I'd probably be a 3 on this one. Very happy to put this on my deck, and if I ever get an ink out of it, I'm over the moon, especially on the draw. This can really help break parity. And if you don't have the second ability, the stats are completely fine for limited. So I would be happy to put this on my deck, and then the times where I'm on the draw, I'm elated. So 3 for sure. All right, for constructed, on Mother Knows Best, I think this card has a very important strategy that it plays with Clarabelle. Being one of the last true card advantage engines left in the game, other than Dumbo, a 7-cost Clarabelle, light on her hooves, is going to be, I think, a very important card for fighting some of these Dumbo strategies in the upcoming core constructed meta game. That being said, Mother Knows Best makes Clarabelle makes Mother Knows Best, into a situation where you're returning something to their hand, you're drawing an extra card. This ends up being a 1-for-1 removal spell that we can sing for 3. So in that specific deck, it is a very good card. Outside of that deck, it can give us tempo swings, where I can potentially sing this off of a character to set them back a turn. But I do have to find a way to make up for that card advantage outside of a deck that's dedicated to drawing cards off of your opponent's hand. So I think this is overall 2.5 for me. It does go up in a deck dedicated to Clarabelle Light on her hooves, and I think we are going to see more of that kind of strategy coming into the next metagame. For limited, I would hardly ever want to play this. It can be strong where they play a large character and you're able to sing and return it to their hand, but it is ultimately card disadvantage. So you're trading card advantage for tempo in those situations. It will be situationally good, but I would not want to take it early. And in my sealed pulls, I don't necessarily always want to start it. So I'd put this below average as far as that's concerned, and then it could go up a little bit depending on the shape of the games you end up playing. So you may want to bring it in for games 2 and 3. Donald Deck Perfect Gentleman saw a lot of play in previous discard strategies. That being said, we do not have Prince John anymore. We do not have Diablo anymore. And we don't have a lot of the tools where we are going to be discarding them every single turn. There is the hybrid purple Amethyst Cusco, which got printed a couple sets ago, that does let us discard a card every single turn, potentially during the upkeep, to take advantage, to maybe negate the beginning of this. But for right now, there's not a good way to break parity on this. That being said, the stats are very good on this card, a 2/5 for 4, with a card draw that you get to see first before your opponent does. It can find a home. I think this card is strong, but it has to have the right strategy to actually play it. In limited, I'm probably pretty high on playing this card. The biggest thing about it is, again, the stats are good for the cost. Paying 4 for a 2/5 is completely reasonable. And while your opponent is going to draw a card, it's not something like a Whole New World where I'm going to let them see the cards first and play first off of that card. So I'm happy to draw the card on my turn, draw an extra card, and get that little tempo advantage potentially out of that while my opponent has a bigger hand, but we're both seeing the same amount of cards, but I get to play with those cards first. So I'm pretty happy to play this card. I'd probably put this like a 3.5 actually in limited. I'm fairly high on getting this. I would play it almost in all my decks. Prince Philip for 4 is a 2-quester for a 3/4. Other hero characters gain ward. For uninkable, I don't think this is playable at all. I think our hero strategies are not going to be in green. And even if they were in green, this card is not good enough on its own to warrant playing in those types of decks. If we had maybe a hero that we absolutely had to protect, this is costed decently enough that maybe it'd be worth playing. But for me, I think this is like a 1.5 or a 2. I'd play this like a 1.5. Had to be a very narrow strategy to play this. Stats are okay if we were in that narrow scenario though. For limited, I'm okay with playing this. I think it's probably a 2.5 or a 3. I'm gonna actually place this one at a 3 for limited. The stats are completely reasonable. It's uninkable, but the ward actually might matter, so there is that trade-off is there. I'm probably looking to play a maximum of like 4 inkables, 4 uninkables to 5 uninkables in my limited decks. But if this was one of them, I could see this being fine. There's not a lot of situations where this is just going to brick in your hand, because worst case scenario is just a 3/4, the quest for 2 for 4 mana, which is pretty good on rate. This Tinkerbell reprint, I think, is going to actually have some implications in the new Evasive metagame, just because it can give a character Evasive when it comes into play. Because of that, I think we rate this a little bit higher than normal in Constructed. I put this at like a 2.5. Otherwise, kind of, narrow. We're not. It's a little bit worse than the Dumbo we saw just a little bit ago. But if you're in an Emerald deck, maybe this is the one you go for if you don't have access to the Dumbo. For limited, I think we're almost always going to play this thing. I think this is a 4 for me. As far as like commons and uncommons are concerned, this is a very, very strong common. Questing for 2 on a 2/3 body, we're not going to do too much better than that in limited. We're happy to play that. Kuzco is a card that saw some play in the very early constructed days of Lorcana, but I think these days he's a little bit too slow for what we want to be doing. Even with the rotation slowing us down just a little bit, I think paying for a 5 uninkable card that, with Ward, the quest for 3 is not necessarily good enough. It's close though. I'd probably put this like a 2.5. It could be a role player in specific strategies, especially because of the Ward. It can potentially get there, but for right now, I don't see it for Kuzco. He got a little bit too outclassed these days. We can just gain a lot more lore for an inkable card. As far as limited is concerned, I would probably play this almost all the time, but put this like a 3.5. Very strong for what it is. You're always going to get your 3 lore out of this, and then it doesn't trade up very well, but he will always banish at least something in limited, where we don't have removal to really take this thing out. Verana, I'm not sure why we got to print so many cards like this. In Constructed, this thing's a 1. In limited, I'd say this thing's like a 2. It's fine. I wouldn't be completely unhappy to put it in my deck, but it wouldn't be my first choice. So for John Silver, he's one of the legendary reprints that we did see. And for John Silver, I think he is a very strong card and actually had the potential to be really good in this metagame. The main thing to keep in mind is if the metagame does turn out to be a very heavy Amethyst metagame with lots of Dumbos, Reckless is not going to mean as much as it should. So if your character is evasive and you gave it Reckless, and there's a Dumbo in play, you do not have to challenge with that character. You can just pay 1 and draw your card and gain a lore. If Dumbo were not constructed in that way, I think John Silver actually ends up being very good in a metagame where we don't have Be Prepared available to us. That being said, I don't think John Silver is going to be like top tier or anything. I think he can be strong in decks that are green and maybe like a green-blue strategy where we are ramping up to him. The effect is not completely meaningless, obviously, but against Amethyst strategies, we just wish it did a lot more. In limited, this thing is a 5. I would always take this thing unless there was some completely ridiculous card outclassing it, but I think this is a all-star. Under the Sea for Constructed, I think is a card that we need to be highly aware of. If there is a deck that is able to play it consistently, this is really our only board wipe that we have available in the game right now. Unless they print something in the next week. Under the Sea really is the best we can do at this moment. So something like a Sapphire Coil in conjunction with Under the Sea may be our best way to actually wipe a board. I don't think it's good enough on its own in a metagame full of 4/6s and 3/3s and things like that to be able to play just straight up. But if we do have a good way to reduce power with something like Sapphire Coil, this can be a really strong effect. Right now, though, I don't see a deck for it having a home immediately, so we do kind of just need to keep that in mind. Yeah, I mean, the amount of evasives and things like the amount of things that have 3 power and just dodge this naturally is really tough. As far as limited, you should not be playing this. This just costs too much in the situation in which you were able to do this. In limited, we're looking to play big characters, and this will just not hit very many of them. You won't be able to consistently do this. I would not take this card. Prince Philip is a card that saw a very narrow amount of play in the last format with something like Bogo, where he had that ability where if you play a Floodborn, you do 1 damage to everything, and then he combined with Prince Philip, he could shift to with something like a morph to wipe the do a one-sided board wipe, right? Right now, I don't see a combo where this is gonna be prevalent. So I think this thing costs too much, and we aren't necessarily ever gonna get the value off of it. Ready to be proven wrong, but I just think we're asking too much from this card for 9 cost and shift without a ton of Prince Philip lines that I really want to be playing in the first place. It's hard to justify Prince Philip. In limited, a similar story. This thing just costs too much. If for some reason I had the ability to get to a shift 6, this may be a playable card there. But I think there aren't enough Prince Philips to really count on doing that in this limited format. All right, moving into the new Emerald cards that they have spoiled for us so far. So the first off is this Genie of the Lamp. Once again, we have another big evasive character for these evasive strategies. And a 2/3 for 4 with a 2 quest, not impressive, right? This is basically just a Tinkerbell. But then when this character is exerted, your other characters get +2 power. This is, I think, going to be a role player in the Emerald Amethyst decks for Dumbo Mirrors, just because it will make all of your characters that are evasive trade with all of their characters that are evasive or trade up. That being said, it's not very strong on its own and really only has that narrow context. So maybe it doesn't see too much play. The fact that it has to be exerted to do its thing just makes us a little bit too narrow in a lot of scenarios. But if we do find ourselves just in staring matches with Amethyst decks back and forth, maybe this has some kind of place. For right now, I'm like a 2.5 on this card. I don't think it's necessarily more powerful than some of the other options we have. In limited, I think this is 3.5. Actually, maybe I give this a 4. This is a really strong card. The fact that it can just sit there in the evasive space with good stats, and while it's exerted, basically lets you trade up with all of your characters. Really strong and limited. All right, Max Goof is a very interesting card. I think this is a card that could enable a bunch of different decks, especially like a blue-green stacks-oriented deck where we're playing like Clarabelle and we're trying to rebuy our songs. Especially if we do see a Muses reprint. I'm not holding my breath on a Muses reprint, but if we happen to see a Muses reprint, then this thing is definitely going to be part of that strategy. So for 3, we can return a cost 3 or less song from our discard to our hand, which is often going to be something like Mother Knows Best, so we can start recurring that, or something like a Heffalumps and Woozles out of green. So this has potential to have a lot of value there. Outside of that, if there is just a emerald based songs deck that ends up being really strong, maybe a ruby emerald songs deck could have some kind of implication for this. Rebuying your songs on a 2/2 body for a total of 4 cost, that's fairly reasonable, especially for an inkable card. Definitely a role player, so not something you're going to see in a bunch of different decks, but where it is good, I think it's going to punch above its weight class. So I would definitely play this in a deck that is a songs oriented and where we're looking to rebuy the same song quite a bit. especially if we have muses where I can start bouncing this thing back and replaying it off of that cycle. In limited, I don't think you ever want to be playing this. Its body is a little bit too small for what it's doing. Recurring songs is not really what you want to be doing in limited. All right, new Goofy here is a 2/2 for 2, so not completely miserable stats. And then once per turn, the character moves to a location, you can move one of your other character's location for free. And if you do, draw a card. Going back to kind of one of the formulas I talked about earlier, repeatable card draw is very, very strong, almost in all cases. This is one of those situations where this may be worth building around. I could see this in a Emerald Amethyst deck with something like playing the library and maybe also playing like the Cove, where we have these cheap, costed characters going into the library and going into the Cove, locations we want to be playing anyway. And if this is able to move multiple characters in the Cove or multiple characters in the library and draw a card every time it's able to do that, I think there's a really strong deck to be had here. And I think you can play this kind of for free in a deck like that, where I want to be playing the Cove anyway. It's just a strong card. I want to be playing the library already. And this just fits into that sort of deck and gains me all kinds of value. So I think this one might be a little bit of a sleeper. I would put this one at maybe a 3, with a build around mechanic, right? If I'm able to put this into an Emerald Amethyst deck or another deck where I can really take advantage of it, maybe a Emerald Steel deck with something like the Dwarves Mine also could gain a lot of value off of this. Anyway, has a lot of potential. And, we're doing things for free and we're drawing cards off of this. I think there's a lot of strength here. In limited, we just can't count on having a location to be able to do something like this. If for some reason I was able to get multiple Coves or something in my deck, maybe this could have some sort of case for it. But otherwise, I'd put this like a 2.5 or maybe a 2. We're not going to get the value off of most of the time, and the body's too small. All right, rounding out Emerald here, we have the Family Fishing Pole. This is a low-cost item where you can banish it to return an exerted character of yours to gain 2 lore. So this is, at first glance, I thought this was an item that would allow us to gain 2 lore just off the bat, sort of like a goat. But the fact that it comes into play exerted means we won't be able to do this right away. I don't see anything here. Like, I don't think this is playable. It may be in a world where we can recur this over and over again, but you have several turns before you're able to get the value off of it, and it requires you to have an exerted character in play. It's just asking too much. I think we're at a 1 on this. As far as limited, I think it also is too slow. There's no board presence that goes along with this. I don't really want to put this in my deck. All right, Standout is a card that I would most of the time would have said, hey, this card's completely unplayable. But as I mentioned, I think this is going to be a heavy Amethyst evasives metagame. And in that world, a song that can give you +3 power and evasive until the start of a next turn actually can be really strong for just punching through like a Dumbo, or punching through, some of the other different evasives that are going to be there. I don't think it's really amazing or anything like that, but I do think there's a situation in which I do want to play this in Constructed, so I'll give it a little bit of a bump because of that. In Limited, I don't think this is a good enough combat trick. It doesn't say draw a card on it. It's not. It may let a character punch up, but it's not necessarily going to allow you to actually get a 2-for-1 out of this. So it's not a combat trick I'm in love with for this. So I'm going to give this like a 1.5 there. I'm not very high on spending 3 to, spend 2 cards basically to kill one of theirs, which is often what this is going to end up being. All right, Bobby Zamersky. When you play this character, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. This is a card that might be helpful for a strategy like what we talked about earlier, for something like Circle of Life, just because it has that role-playing effect on it. What I mean by that is, it's another green card that can let us draw a card and get something into the discard. to maybe take advantage of it with, you know, other things that are recurring things from the discard. So outside of that, I don't see it. I don't see it being playable. I'd probably put this on a 1, but there may be a deck that calls for something like this just to have the come into play effect. In limited, I'm not playing this either. I think the body is not good enough, and I don't really have a case for drawing a card and discarding a card. All right, I'm going to take just 1 minute to get a drink of water here, and then we'll come back and move into Ruby. All right, I am back here. Just gonna adjust my mic, make sure it is lined up. All right, moving into Ruby. I try to finish out Sapphire and Steel tonight, so we can go ahead and have the first portion of this done. And then if we have any more reveals down the line, I can cover those cards as we go. I'm gonna try to rapid fire here just a little bit, especially on some of these cards that we've seen a lot of before. You know, I don't think we necessarily had a ton of discussion on them. But all right, let's go through these. So Mulan, the 1-drop Mulan, I think is going to actually be fairly important in this upcoming metagame, just because we do have the Mulan shift in red. So in Ruby, we have the 6 cost Mulan shift that we can potentially play off of this Mulan injured soldier, and we do have a lot of the Amethyst damage moving abilities coming back in this set. I think this actually will be a fairly good role playing card in those type of decks, so to fill that specific niche. In limited, I'm not really wanting to play a 2-1 for 1, you know, with this damage upside. I'm very low on the card there, so I'm gonna go ahead and give this a low rating. Sergeant Tibbs, sorry buddy, we're not looking to play a Sergeant Tibbs. 2 for 1, maybe if you have a reason to play an ally, but I think we can do better. Gaston is a card we have played in a lot of other formats, and in a world where we don't have Let the Storm Rage on running around getting a freebie on this guy, I think he actually could see a lot more play. I am going to rate him a little bit higher, and the same in limited. I think for a 4/2 for 2 often is at least going to trade up once, and kind of can bully the board in certain situations. So I wouldn't say higher than average, but I definitely am content with putting Gaston in my deck. I think he's completely reasonable to put in your limited decks where you're trying to fight for board position. LeFou is a card that did get downshifted. I do have the one from set 1 listed here, but LeFou is a card that got downshifted to an uncommon. So for limited purposes, we'll keep that in mind. But as far as LeFou is concerned, he has been a role player in some very rare circumstances and stuff like your aggressive decks where you're trying to ready your three questers and things like that. But outside of that, you know, his stats aren't that great. I don't really want to be playing LeFou very often. In limited, though, this is a card where we actually does give us a lot of flexibility in our character trades. So this actually can be a fairly decent card there. I'm happy to usually put a LeFou in my deck, at least a one of. He can pair with a lot of bigger characters to get kind of a lot of value out of them. So I'm okay with putting LeFou in my deck. I'm pretty happy to take him in limited, but not a high priority character. Lemire, the red Lemire gains evasive if you have an item in your discard. So if we see a Popsicle reprint, which I do not anticipate seeing a Popsicle reprint, then this card, it has some value. As it stands, I think this card is completely unplayable. And in limited, we are not going to have an item in our discard. So completely unplayable here. Medallion Weights was a card that we did see a little bit of play in Ruby Amethyst decks. Sorry, Sapphire Ruby decks very early on when it came out, and I think it could have a home if we are in a very grindy metagame. The fact that it's repeatable card draw with a +2 makes this something that, if it has a place, it could be very powerful in a grindy character metagame. Right now, I think it's a little bit too slow, but it can have some implications there. In limited, this can take over a game in a situation where you are able to trade with extra ink every turn. So as long as you don't get too far behind to the point where you are just completely behind on the lore battle, if you get this thing active, you will win the game with it. I have won many games with a single Medallion Weights, just letting my low-cost characters punch above their weight class and drawing a card every time. Can be very, very effective and limited. So watch out for this, especially if you have a fairly low-to-the-ground deck where you could take advantage of it. A bunch of 1/4s and stuff like that can really start getting major advantage with Medallion Weights. I believe this is one of our only 2-cost 3 questers now. I believe we do have 1 in Emerald now, but a lot of our early 2 questers for 1 and stuff like that are gone out of the format. So red may be positioned to be one of the more hyper-aggressive decks coming out of the gate. I don't think cards like this are very playable, but in the right decks, they you know, in a narrow deck that's built around just questing to the moon very quickly, and especially without it in a world without Let the Storm Rage on, this card gets a little bit more value there. In limited, I'm not happy to play very low bodies, even with this high lore count. There may be a situation in which I want to play a 3-quester early. Maybe I do have bodyguards and stuff like that to protect this. I'd maybe go to bump just a little bit because you can get a bunch of lore out of this thing early. So in the right deck, you can maybe just take advantage of the fact that people are not prepared for you to be questing that fast. But otherwise, it's always going to trade down, and you're going to feel horrible when that happens. So it's maybe a little bit of a trap in limited. This aerial that gains evasive to a character every time you play a song. I think this one may end up being a role player, just again to fight this evasive metagame. That being said, the power level by itself is not really there. I'd put this on the lower end. In limited, this thing's amazing. It's a 2/3 evasive for 3 that potentially has an upside. I'd play this every single time. I'd put this like a 3.5. Early aggressive questers win the game in limited. Sheer Con and Constructed may see some play now that we have some Ruby steel cards that have some big upside to them. Stuff like the Mushu deck, with stuff like your dual color Milans and things that can challenge ready characters, may have a home for this. I think that the 5-cost Mushu that gives you resist 2 and has the better half of the Robin Hood ability actually is really powerful still. And in a world where that thing doesn't die to be prepared, it may actually have some legs. So this may have some spot in that kind of deck, but on its own, it's very narrow. In limited, always happy to see this card. I will take it over most of the other similarly costed cards. Getting a lure every time you challenge is really powerful. That being said, the body's not huge, but it's big enough. I mean, even if you get a couple extra lore out of this thing, you're happy. Sisu Daring Visitor is a card that is very dependent upon other cards. In and of itself, it is not killing all the things you need to kill. If you have a Sapphire coil in play, or if you have other ways to reduce power consistently, this thing can be very good. But as it stands, I don't think Little Sisu is going to see much play in Core Constructed. Of course, in older formats, this is a very different story, but it really, if this thing could brawl something when it came into play, it'd be a very different situation. Being uninkable and requiring at least one more card to actually do anything is going to make this one relatively low. So it's a role player. Could be good in the right decks, but I don't see this one being very high on my list in this next format, just because it doesn't kill all the right things. You need to be able to kill the Dumbos and the Elsas and the Iagos and things like that. Genies. In limited, this hits even less. I would only take this as an aggressive evasive character, kind of understanding that it's relatively low power and I'm probably not ever going to get the other side of this. I'd say it's like a 2 there. Being an uninkable evasive that potentially could hit another character sometimes is all right. Maybe you have some support cards to go with this and the value goes up a little bit, but based on it being an evasive, it can have some play here. Tuk Tuk is one of the cards that did get downshifted. So this is a rare, but is downshifted to an uncommon. 2/3 evasive with an ability that has location-centric things. Red, it does not have any good locations in and of itself. We did get revealed Agrabah earlier today. But being a 2/3 evasive with location-centric things where I can move multiple characters, this could have some implications with the library. But I don't think we have the location support for this to be good enough on its own. I would probably not play this in my Ruby Amethyst decks. We don't have enough locations really to make this important. So I'd give this like a 2.5, or maybe like a 2 actually. It's not that powerful on its own with just the stats to really see a ton of constructed play. And even if we are able to do the thing and move multiple characters, we're not gaining that much advantage with this. If we had something like the Queen's Castle or something along those lines, this goes up a little bit. But right now, the locations are not in such a way that Tuk Tuk is getting too much out of it. In limited, I'm very happy to play this card. I'd say it's like a 3.5 just on rate. It has nothing to do with the location stuff. If we happen to get a location and we're able to move stuff to it, that's great. But a 2/3 evasive for 3 that's inkable, perfectly fine. Happy to play this card. Beaking Undisputed is one of the only removal spells we have in Ruby at this point. So Beaking Undisputed is a decent card on rate. In fact, that we can sing it for 4 with some of our characters like the Genie and characters like the Madrigal characters, gives us the ability to play this potentially for free off of those characters and gain tempo advantage. So in that world, this is a fairly good card. The fact that it's a not targeted removal is a little bit rough, but being able to gain some tempo with this is always good. We'll see this in decks that can play 4-cost characters consistently and has a reason to play a song. So maybe your Ruby Amethyst decks. In limited, while I'm normally very high on removal spells in limited, I don't think this card is very good in limited. if you can sing this, it's okay. But limited, your draft and your sealed format tends to be a lot of these just doofuses running around, for lack of a better term. You got these 2 3s and these 3 4s, and these characters that don't really have much text on them. And most of the time, you don't want to be one for wanting these characters by paying 4. So if you can sing it, it's sometimes okay. In limited, I'd say this is below average. Believe it or not, it can have some uses, but it is expensive for an edict effect, which is not always going to be good in your draft format. The fact that it is uninkable as well means that sometimes this will get bricked in your hand. So I'd much rather have like a fairly aggressive character than something like Being Undisputed in most of my limited decks. Moana, for this one, we did see a lot of play on the tail end of the last format in the Ruby Amethyst Evasives deck. I think it is a very good stat line for a card that we want to be trading into stuff like Dumbo and stuff like your genies. The fact that it could trade with those on rate with a little bit of an upside, this will be a solid role player character in those type of decks, just to fight the other evasive decks. In limited, this is a very good card, very good stats with an evasive stat line. I'd put this at a 4. Very happy to put this on my deck for sealed or draft. Queen of Hearts is a card that we might see play in some of the challenge-centric decks, like the Ruby Steel decks. If that deck is good, then she will be good. If that deck does not have any legs, then I don't see a world where Queen of Hearts is going to get there. But repeatable card draw has the ability to be abused. So this is something where we might see some play out of it. I'd say below average most of the time, but it has the potential to go up in those kind of decks. In limited, I'm taking this almost every time. It is a very, very strong card in a world where we are challenging back and forth. Even if you draw 1 or 2 cards off of this thing, it will often break the game wide open. Pirate's Life is going to be a really important card in Ruby, just because Ruby is going to be very high on songs in this new core constructed format. The fact that you can play this with Shark still means that the Ruby decks will be leaning heavily into that. I would say this is a fairly ubiquitous card. If you are playing Ruby, you are probably playing Shark, and if you're playing Shark, you're probably playing Pirate's Life. Because of that, I'm going to rate this fairly high. In limited, I am very low on this card. While it is direct damage in the sense that it can take their lore away and get your lore up, it's a 4 lore swing. It is card disadvantage, and often I don't want to be playing this card. Maybe give it a 1.5 just because it can help break board stalls, and in the right deck, maybe you want to play this thing. But I'm looking to gain card advantage and have board presence in my limited decks, and this does neither of those things. This thing, as far as construction is concerned, is again going to depend on where we land with some of these challenge decks. I think she can be a really strong card, and I'm glad this card exists as an enabler, but I don't think it's really there on its own. The shift lines would either require you to play a card that comes in with 2 damage, which is not ideal, or to play the Amber Mulan or the Steel Mulan. So we do have some other shifts with it, but for shift 5, the characters you're going to have to play with this are not ideal. You're not necessarily, so you're kind of forcing yourself to play another bad card in order to play this. I might bump this up to a 3 in just because of the Steel Mulan is something we don't necessarily mind playing, the draw a card, discard a card effect. But the fact that it does have to challenge to do its thing means if all of the opponent's characters are evasive, which is going to be a lot of the game, we have a little bit of trouble on this. But that being said, if the Ruby Steel decks are good and they are able to challenge into your characters, this is one of the only good board wipes that Ruby has access to. In limited, this is I take it every single time. It just will completely disrupt the game if you're able to just distribute damage over and over and over again to multiple of their characters. This will change the way combat is played the moment you put it down, and will often win you the game by itself. This Rapunzel is not playable. And in limited, I also would not play this. This is a 6 cost, uninkable, decent stats, but I'm not looking for this. Maui Whale is a card that we've seen play before. In this format, I don't see a reason why we need to be breaking up locations that often, especially without Maui's fishhook to really make this card a little slightly better. Maybe a role player, and maybe some context that I'm missing, but I don't see this being played outside of maybe some kind of singer deck where I'm looking to ready this multiple times and seeing multiple times. Not a lot going on here. In limited, this thing probably just costs too much. If you were able to get to 7 ink and play this thing and writing it multiple times and knocking down multiple characters at a time, maybe has some kind of play. But I think most of the time I'm not trying to go up to 7 ink, and this doesn't do anything the turn it comes in. So I'd say slightly better there just because it's inkable, and maybe if I do get up to that higher curve, it has some use. But realistically, I'm just gonna keep this at a 2 for limited. I think you don't want to be playing this high of a card that doesn't do anything the turn it comes down and won't necessarily win you the game every time. For constructed, I think this card is only going to see play if we end up having strategies that can go very high on ink. So to me, that reads as mostly going to be our Ruby Sapphires. Right now, Ruby Sapphire is kind of tough. It's missing a board wipe to be able to keep you alive to get us these higher cost characters. Maleficent Dragon in a vacuum is a very strong card. I would call this like a 3.5 in this most recent format. But getting to 9 ink consistently and getting to that late game and without being overwhelmed is going to be part of the problem with this character. We don't necessarily have the board wipes to be able to start getting those 2-for-1s in the late game right now. This could move up a little bit if the format changes, but for right now, this is unfortunately not in its prime. In limited, don't play this. It costs too much. It is a really good effect, but unless you have some way to cheat this thing into play through multiple sources, I would not be playing Maleficent Dragon, unfortunately. Agrobar is our last thing that got spoiled this afternoon. I don't think this is a particularly good location. It's only 5 willpower. It's going to be dead instantly the turn you play it, just because people have a lot of board presence in this new metagame. So I'm probably a 1 on this card. In limited, it doesn't give you board presence. I really don't want to be playing locations that have the ability to be knocked down very early. For 3 cost, I think I'd rather be playing like a 3/3. I'd rather be playing even like a 2/3 and then knocking this thing down. It's card disadvantage most of the time. If you have a very specific deck in which you can take advantage of locations, maybe there's a cause for this. Some bodyguards or something can change that, but I'd put this just above where it is constructed. I don't think Agrabah is where you want to be. All right, this Mickey Mouse Brave Little Prince. So this is an evasive 2/2 for 3. And if you shift it, so its shift cost is 5, it becomes Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor, and it can shift onto any of your other Mickey Mouses. We don't have good Mickey Mouse shift targets right now, and I don't see a good reason to be playing this at this moment. All in all, there is potential for this card to see some play in a world where we are just playing evasive, battles back and forth, and maybe we're having board stalls. I could see a world in which I play this on 3 and I shift onto itself on 5, give me that Brave Little Tailor to be able to trade with another character, but I don't think that's really where we want to be. This is a chase card because of the art and it being an iconic, but I don't think this is powerful enough to really see constructed play. I'd put this at like a 2.5. Not really there. We want to be if it sees play in a deck, I think it's going to be very narrow, and we don't have a lot of good Mickey Mouses to shift this thing onto to really make it worthwhile. In limited, though, I think this is a a really strong card. I think I would take this like a 3.5 or maybe a 4. Just an evasive 2/2 for 3 is completely fine. And if you, for some reason, are able to shift this thing ever, it's going to be a house. So I would take this fairly early and be pretty happy with it. All right, getting to the real good cards in terms of our Ruby cards. So Ruby is getting a lot of singer cards that are going to enable us to actually take advantage of some of these songs, mostly in other colors, but also stuff like Pirate's Life and things like that. And Ruby is going to be a Songs Matter deck in the coming format. So the card we're looking at here, I think, is going to be played especially alongside Maui Shark. The 6-cost power line sings for 9. And then whenever you sing a song, if he is part of that singing, you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck and reveal a song with 9 costs or less, which is pretty much going to be any song you would want to be playing, and play it for free. So this really wants us to be in a Songs Matters type of deck. And especially, I think this is going to want to be played along Maui Shark. So it's going to be really strong in those type of decks. The fact that it doesn't do anything immediately when it comes into play is, it is what it is. But that being said, we don't have, Long Came Zeus in the format right now. This thing can die the turn it comes down, and you feel pretty bad. But if you do get to sing off of this at least once, I think you will almost always get value and get a 2-for-1. So stuff like Pirate's Life, if we do see a reprint on like How Far I'll Go, All Is Found. We do have quite a few songs that are pretty decent still in blue and red, and potentially an amber red deck could also be playing, cards along these lines, Power Line with Shark, with some of these other things. So keep that in mind with this one. I think this one's going to be one of the chase cards, something I'm definitely going to be experimenting with quite a bit. I don't think this is ubiquitous at all, but I think it's very powerful in the decks where we want to be playing it. So I think this is a very, very strong build around. I'd put this like a 4. In limited, unfortunately, I don't think this is worth playing most of the time. The body is okay on rate, a 6/4 for 6, the quest for 2. The Singer 9 is not going to be relevant there, but there I might, give it like a 3, where I wouldn't be unhappy to put it in my deck if I had to, but I wouldn't be chasing this thing in limited. If anything, you're going to be chasing this in draft just to get it because it's going to be expensive rare. All right, Eye to Eye is a song that costs 9 with Sing Together and gives your opponent 2 cards and gains them 2 lore. Now, it also gives you 2 cards and gains you 2 lore. And if 2 or more characters sing this song, ready them, and they can't quest. I don't see a context for this card. I am immediately turned off by letting my opponent draw 2 cards and gain 2 lore, and I spending a card for it. There may be some combo deck at some point where we're singing multiple times with a bunch of singer cards, maybe something like Powerline, or we are playing the songs over and over again and readying them. Maybe there's a world in which that is something we want to be doing. I don't see this on face value though. So unless there is some specific combo deck, I think this card is not where we want to be. A 9-cost song, or I'm investing everything to give my opponent 2 cards and 2 lore, is not where I want to be. There may be some context for a combo deck with this card. In limited, you should never play this card. For 3, now this power line is actually pretty decent. I think if we do have good 2-cost songs with this can almost be like a Meta Fox from previous formats. So things I can think of are as if we do get decent 2-cost songs or 1-cost songs in Ruby Amethyst, something like a Tipo could sing this, or if you are playing this in like an Emerald deck, We do have something like Heffalumps and Woozles, the 2-cost song, or even playing this a little bit further along. So maybe playing this on our turn 4, but as a rush character. Um, this is, this is a good statted card, something we could see playing in a heavy songs deck in one of those contexts. So, really strong stats. I think this is completely playable and constructed. Does need to be a songs specific deck though, in order for it to get that value. I wouldn't want to play this vanilla 4/3 for 3, but once we're getting rushed with this, I think we're in a territory where this is a lot more playable. I'm going to go for a 3 on this card. I think it is pretty well statted for what it is in the right deck. In limited, I'm completely happy to play this. I think this is a little bit above rate in terms of stats. The rush is probably never going to happen, but I am happy to put this on my deck. Just an inkable 4/3 for 3. That's fine. All right, more new cards. We have Roxanne, Powerline Fan. This is, while you have a character with Singer in play, this character gets +1 power and +1 lore. This is our building our own Smee at home kind of situation. So we do have a lot of singers you could potentially play this with, and especially some of the Ruby singers we're going to show in just a little bit. And of course, like Powerline. So there is a context where I could see playing this card. It just depends on what the song decks tend to look like. In a world where this is always a 3/3 that quests for 2, this card's amazing. But in a world where, it's maybe a 50/50, this card is not necessarily that playable. The upside is there, but I don't see all the support lining up just yet. I know in the decks where we want to be playing these Ruby singers, we are going to be playing, maybe 2 of them, maybe 3 of them at the maximum. And I don't necessarily know that we're always going to be able to get this to be an aggressive enough card. In limited, I think this is okay. I think I'm okay with this as a 3. If we end up with a singer, this obviously feels pretty great, but you can't count on having a singer. I think I wouldn't play a singer that was below rate just to play this either. All right, we have our 3-cost Max Goof. So this is one of our big singers that we did get out of these new cards. So in Ruby, we have now a 3-cost singer 5. So on par kind of with the Gaston from last set, but a little bit higher power, right? Can't move to locations. I'm not sure that will ever matter. I guess it could potentially in an Emerald deck where we're playing the Cove or Amethyst, where we're maybe wanting to play this alongside the library. For Constructed, I think this is going to be a really solid role player. The fact that there's a singer 5 in the colors where we're trying to push singing is an above rate on power toughness or on power and willpower. It makes this card kind of a little average to above average for me. In limited, the singer 5 isn't going to come up very often, but it's a very strong body. I'm okay with playing a 4/3 for 3. Another singer 4. So this is our red Ursula now, or Troubadour, however you want to think about it. Doesn't have the willpower we're looking for on some of those other cards, but there are situations in which we'd want the power over that willpower. So decently statted body with singer 4. This is going to be, I think, a pretty widely played card in the decks where we want to be playing lots of Ruby singers with Powerline and Shark and things like that. So if we do have maybe a Ruby Amber deck or a Ruby Sapphire deck, or we don't necessarily know what all the song colors are going to be at this point as far as getting our most value. But there's definitely something here. Again, this is I'd rate this similar to Max Goof and put him at a 3. In limited, this is fine. This is a decent rate on body. We could be slightly better. The singer could come into play, but often won't. But the fact that it's a common means that we may pick up multiple singers, and we may be able to actually see songs in a different light just because of that. All right, I believe our last Ruby card, as far as new cards are concerned, This is PJ Pete Caught Up in the Music. And sorry about the low quality on the card, I couldn't find a better image for this one. Whenever you play a song, this character gets plus power 2 power this turn. I don't think this is playable constructed. We're not looking for this kind of effect at this point on the curve. In limited, I think this is completely reasonable, just a 3/5 for 4. And then for some reason we're able to play a song, it's a little bit above rate. So I'd put this at a 3. Completely happy to put it in my deck, but not something I would chase. Just gonna grab some water real quick and we'll try to keep this one moving. Let's try to finish this one out tonight. All right, for Sapphire, for Develop Your Brain, we know this is a really strong card. I expect this to see play in most of the blue decks that we are going to be seeing. I would put this one at a 3.5 or a 4. Probably a 4 for me, just because of how ubiquitous it is going to be in the blue decks, especially with lacking something like a popsicle. In limited, I'm actually fairly high on this card. I would put this at like a 3.5. I don't think this is a card that is going to warp the game by any means, but having selection, especially when I'm looking for my bombs, is going to be a pretty big deal. I'd put this at a 4 in limited as well. Flounder, we have seen a goon before. I am going to put this at a 1. And in limited, I'm also not high on this card. I'm back to a 1 on this one. Aurelian Gyrosensor. This is a card that wishes it said draw a card very much. One of your character's quests, you look at the top card of your deck, put it either top or bottom. Unless you have a very specific context for this, I don't want to be playing an item that is not going to give me value right away and kind of requires a lot of setup to ultimately do nothing. In limited, you can never play this. In Coconut Basket, you can remove 2 damage from something when it comes into play. It saw play in a very limited context very early on, but healing is not really good enough. And even this recurring healing is not going to be enough for us to be paying 2 to kind of just waste our time. Cruella de Vil is a card that I actually think is going to be really important in this upcoming metagame. And the reason for that is kind of how I mentioned before. If you remember, the Amethyst Dumbo is going to give all characters that have evasive the ability to gain that lore and draw that card. And even though this only has evasive on your turn, you can activate this through Dumbo on your turn. So there may be I'm not saying this is 100% the case, but there is a world where Blurple wants to play this just because the body is there, and that evasive means that it can combo with Dumbo to actually draw an additional card. It's a card we've seen in previous formats. A little bit below rate, but if we're trying to take out early evasives, this is something where it's pretty good. Limited, the way you're going to lose a lot of games in limited is going to be through evasive. Just running away with the game. I take these early and I will play these almost every single time, just because it does give me ability to just not lose on the spot if my opponent just happened to draw lots of evasives in their early game. So in limited, I highly value cards like this. They gain evasive just on my turn. Montanui is a card we've seen play just a little bit in the past. I think it's probably too fragile to play. You really are looking to get at least 2 cards into your inkwell with this thing to gain enough advantage to make it worthwhile. And I don't think your opponents let it live long enough for that. I think from the very early days of locations, things lived a little bit longer. And they should have, just so we weren't used to them in the old pixel board days. But Montanui, I don't think is there for us. I think I'd put this like a 1.5. There could be a specific context on which Montanui sees some play, but I'm not very high on this card. In limited, it has some ability to potentially get us a little bit of value. But outside of having some pretty solid bodyguard characters and stuff to set this up, I don't think I want to be playing this. I'd put it slightly higher there, where if I can, I maybe can set this up to activate a little bit easier, and it does give me that incremental lore advantage, but still pretty low on that card. Alice Growing Girl is a pretty cool reprint that we are seeing out of this upcoming set. The potential for this card goes way up in a world where we don't have board wipes, because really this card is looking for you to build a very wide board and then quest all out to be able to get her to a high power. I think that world may be a little bit closer than it was before, when we had stuff like Big Sisu and Be Prepared in the format. We still don't know exactly where we're going to land on that, but if this set does end up being a set where we don't have those big board wipes, then Alice is actually really strong and may have a home in some of these Amethyst decks, where we're maybe just questing out with a bunch of evasive characters and giving each other support, and buffing this character for a really big lore swing. So I'd like to see where it goes. I think this is definitely a 3. In limited, I would put this at a 4. I think I would almost always take this in my draft first pick, just based on giving the support, which is really strong ability in limited. And if for some reason I'm able to give this thing 10 power or 10 strength, that's great, but I'm not counting on that. Really, just the ability to give other characters support lets me call the shots in combats. So I'm really high on this unlimited. Dewey's a 3-cost support 2 character. I don't think we're ever playing this like constructed. In limited, I like this card a lot. I would probably be at a 3.5 on it. I would almost always play a decently statted support character. Mama Odie is a card that we have seen a little bit of playing constructed in the past. In the world where we see a couple more good blue songs, I think this could see some play. Right now, as I've been deck building and looking around, I have not seen the cards add up to make Mama Odie worthwhile in, say, a Sapphire Ruby deck. But there may be another Sapphire song-based deck that could take advantage of this. The effect is really strong. So there is definitely a big upside to putting a Mama Odie in your deck. For right now, I'd put her like a 2.5. She could be a build around. If you get that trigger this multiple times, you feel really good about it. In limited, you can't play this thing. The cost is not relative to the power, and you're not really going to be able to sing multiple times. Winnie the Pooh in constructed is a trap. It is a little bit too slow to get ink out in a reasonable amount of time. And because of that, we are not necessarily ever going to get good value out of this thing. The format is not going to be slow enough for you to be able to activate this multiple times and get a bunch of, use out of it. I think this thing is a 2 at best. In limited, you might get a little bit more out of it. A 2/3 for 3, the quest for 2 is a little bit below rate. I wouldn't be completely unhappy with this, but I wouldn't take it early. 3/4 for 4 that has support. First off, unlimited, this thing is going to be great. I'm very happy to put this in my deck as a 3/4 for 4 with support. And in a constructed environment, I don't think we're ever playing Louis. He's just not present enough on the board, not questing aggressively, not efficient enough of a card, unfortunately. This card wishes it said draw cards so much. For 4, we get a 2/5, and when it quests, you can look at the top 3 cards and put them back. If I get to look at the top 3 cards and put one into my hand, I'd feel really good about this card. Otherwise, I don't think this card is playable outside of maybe some Queen gimmick deck. In limited, a 2/5 for 4 can be pretty playable. I'm okay with putting this in my deck. Aurora and Constructed would have to be some sort of role player. I think I'm happy with putting this below average, but there may be a situation in which I want to give my other characters ward. Her stats aren't really good enough, efficient enough for Constructed, along with this ability. If I have a very specific use case for her, maybe that's what I would do there. In Limited, she's fine. I'd put her at a medium. I wouldn't take her above average. The stats are really not there. We're really just gaining a 3/5, the quest for 2 for 5. It's a little bit below average. The ward can maybe make up for that, especially if you have the right kind of deck for it. Maid Marian, a 4/4 for 5. We're never playing in this Constructed, unfortunately. From a limited perspective, though, this is a very well-statted character that is going to win you a combat the turn it comes down. I'm very high on this card. I would play this almost every single time. Mufasa is not really playable in either Constructed or Limited. 4/6 for 6 is kind of below rate in Limited. It's okay, though. It's inkable, and I'd maybe give this a 2.5. I'd play this if I had nothing better to do, especially if I needed something a little bit higher up the curve, just top off. Robin Hood, I think, has some good possibility of seeing play. It's a 4/4, the quest for 2 that potentially replaces itself, and then has evasive on your turn, which again, evasive is going to be a really strong keyword in this upcoming format, as far as I can tell. This can knock down a genie. This can knock down a Elsa that has swung at least once, and can knock down a Dumbo. So potentially drawing a card on a 4/4 that has evasive on your turn, or you're potentially playing it alongside Dumbo to draw the extra card. I think this has some implications. I think I would put this at like a 3, and we'll see where this one lands. In Limited, I'm pretty high on this card. You can almost always set up a situation in which you are going to draw the card. I'd be like a 3.5, close to a 4 on this if it had a little bit more context on the board, but and if maybe a little bit cheaper, maybe it was a 5 cost, it would be up to a 4 for me. 6 cost is not always where you want to be in Limited, so for that reason, I give it a little bit lower downgrade. Hades is a card I am going to give a very high Constructed rating. I think this is going to be a really important card in the upcoming format. Almost all of your blue decks are going to play this, because almost all of your blue decks are trying to play all the ramp that we got left over from the previous format. Your Tipo, your Sail, your Scrooge, Kita, and Hades is going to be at the top of all those curves. I think for Blurple, if there's a Ruby Sapphire deck, and basically any Sapphire deck that can play this will. In Limited, unfortunately, this thing costs a lot. I would not play this very often. It is a very powerful effect if you can get up to 7 and make this happen. But not every Limited deck is going to be able to get to 7 consistently. And unless you're able to draw a bunch of extra cards to make this happen, I don't play this very often in Limited, unfortunately. It is a very strong effect, but I would hesitate to say this is the right card for most Limited decks. Very, very outside context. Getting into the new cards for Sapphire, we have Cruella de Vil. This is going to be once during your turn, whenever a character costs 2 or less is banished. So this is either side, either your character or theirs. Put the top card of your deck into Eat Quell face down. During your turn, opposing characters that cost 2 or less get -1. There's a lot of power on this card. In a world where we have Brawl, in a world where we can kind of guarantee trading into low-cost characters or banishing low-cost characters, I think this thing is wildly powerful. Right now, we don't have that available to us. Maybe there is a Sapphire Steel deck that has, is able to play, different removal spells to take advantage of this and gain basically a +1 card every single time you play a removal spell on 2 or less characters, or whenever one of your 2 or less characters is banished. That's a really strong card. So this does require some setup. I think we are going to see some play from this, but it may not be the initial core Constructed format. In Limited, I'm I'm kind of iffy on this one. I think for the most part, unless I have a lot of 2 cost or less characters that I can make trigger with this, I am not really wanting to play it. So I'm saying below average in most decks. Power goes up a lot if you're able to get a bunch of different characters that cost 2 or less that are very efficient. All right, we have a new Mulan. Whenever this character quests, look at the top 4 cards, reveal a period chest character, and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in any order. Repeatable card draw. So we do have one of the check marks for something that's going to be really powerful, potentially. It does have a requirement to actually grab princess characters. So I have not noted a ton of princess characters that are really just mainstream playable. And this thing costs so much that I don't think we're going to be able to repeatably do this. It is a hero, it is a princess, so we'll kind of make note of that for when you're putting your decks together. That being said, I think this thing costs too much to really see any kind of reasonable play. It'll end up being turn 5 or turn 6 before you're able to quest with this thing. In limited, this is okay. I think most of the time you will not get a princess character off of this, but if you do, you feel really good. And if not, a 3/5 for 5, the quest for 2 is okay. Our last Sapphire card that we are revealing here is Alice Accidentally Adrift. So when you play this character, you may put chosen item into its player's inkwell, face down and exerted. So right away we have an item hate card that's fairly aggressively costed, a 4 cost 2/3 quest for 2 with more text, right? And when this character quests, choosing a opposing character gets -2 this turn. So reducing power we know is going to be useful for that small Sisu if it does see some play. I don't think you ever play this when you do, in a world where you don't want to utilize both effects. So if I think at a minimum this has to be this will only see play in a deck or against a deck that has a heavy item theme or has an item that you want to be knocking down every single time. Right now, without Popsicle, enabling something like a Merlin's Carpet Bag without Dime, without really any big items that I'm expecting to see play in this upcoming core constructed format, this thing will not see, I don't think we'll see play right away. In Infinity, though, this may be one of our go-to cards as far as knocking out items. This may compete with Cusco for that slot, which is a stronger card overall, but this one's much cheaper, so it may get the nod just based off of that. So we'll see how that plays out. This will probably just be a chase card based off of the art and having that alternate art version. So I'd say a role player, but a very strong role player, 2.5 for me. For limited, we actually take this card, we look at the stats, and then what we can kind of take from this is that this Alice is going to be not used for the first part, not the washed away ability where I can put an item into ink, but the second ability where I have a recurring ability to reduce power, which can set up trades. I think this is a little bit above average. I think I'd be happy to play this card in pretty much all my limited decks. All right, we have just steel left. I am going to take just a 1.5 minute break, grab a little bit of water, and we'll finish this one out. All right, welcome back, and appreciate you guys if you have stayed with me for this long. We are going to finish out this final color, and then I'll be happy to take any questions, or if anybody is interested in more content, I'll kind of let you guys know what I'm thinking about next. Has been a long one. It's been here since about 6:30, so right up, we're going to be right at 4 hours in this one. All right, Captain Hook is one we know in previous formats has been kind of an all-star, and I expect Captain Hook to be pretty similarly very strong in our upcoming format. I say this one is definitely above average. If we do have a pirates deck or a villains deck, this is something where these stat lines are also going to be really important, but the stats are great. This is effectively a 3-2 for 1, trades up, and really helps deal with more aggressive strategies. In limited, I am taking this very highly, and I'm very happy to get a Captain Hook in my deck. I would put this at a 3.5 or maybe a 4. I'm going to go ahead and place them at a 4 for right now. I think take a Captain Hook very early and often. Really would only take just bomb rares over it at this point. Fire the Cannons is, I think, going to be a constructed all-star. We are going to see this in a variety of different decks, and I think it will be a pretty safe bet that we'll see in a lot of the steel decks, especially if we don't see better steel removal. I saw play in the previous formats, but I think especially now we are going to need it, as removal is kind of at a premium in this new format. In limited, I'm a little bit less high on this one. I'd probably put this on a 3. I'd play it most of the time, but I would not want to play it really in multiple copies. It being uninkable and not hitting some of the higher end of the curve sometimes can make this brick in your hand. If you can hit a fairly aggressive character with it and only spend 1, you feel pretty good. So it's removal, but very narrow. So, has its places. This Jafar is the exact same card as that Cruella de Vil we saw earlier. I think, it would be safe. Let me see what I gave her. The 2-cost Cruella de Vil is 2.5 and constructed. I think that's a fair rating for. I think that is a fair rating for our Jafar as well. Same thing goes for this, right? It is the ability to interact with Dumbo in a meaningful way, which gives it a little bit higher than its stats. The evasive stat line means a lot. And then in limited, I'm taking this fairly highly, again, to contest other evasives. Maui's Place of Exile is not playable. I don't think we are going to be able to see this played in constructed. It just doesn't gain lore. It doesn't do enough for the cost. I'm not high on this card. As far as limited is concerned, I think it doesn't do enough to warrant up spot. Robin Hood is uniquely positioned right now, as I believe it is one of the few low-cost Robin Hoods where we can shift the legendary Robin Hood onto, which is a confirmed reprint. We'll see down below. I don't think this card is particularly powerful in and of itself, but if we do have an X1 metagame where a lot of things have 1 power or 1 willpower, this card goes way up. Being uninkable hurts us a lot, though. I'm going to place this at a 2, but I think, depending on how the metagame turns out, this could be a little bit higher. In limited, I like this card a lot. I will play this most of the time. You can just being able to choose where that 1 damage goes, and and not have to do combat to do it is a really big deal. It can win you a lot of trades that you otherwise wouldn't have. So often, picking your shots there is important. Benja is a card that is completely contextual based off of how good items are. Right now, I don't think items are very good, but he is one of the best things you want to be doing when items are good. In limited, he's fine. He's adequately statted for the cost. For Lawrence, I think this card is a superstar. I think he is above rate, especially for an uncommon. And in all your steel decks, you are going to see this played. In limited, I think this is a 3.5, and I would actually, or maybe a 4. I think he is, again, very high stats for what he is. He will often trade with a big character and then still live to get one more quest off. Really changes the whole, it changes the value of healing if you do end up with any kind of passive healing or ability to do so. A lot of those cards we looked at earlier in Amber where we can just get healing alongside doing other things. This is something to keep in mind for that. So good stats on the body. He often will trade up and quest for a lot. This is unplayable and constructed. This is fine and limited. Strength of Raging Fire is, of course, a staple in constructed. This is going to be, I'd say, a 4.5. This card is uniquely positioned. It's probably their best removal spell. And in limited, I will always take this above almost everything. Tinkerbell is a shift target for our 6-cost Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. So it is useful in that sense, but otherwise not the greatest card in the world. Draw a card, discard a card is a useful effect in a world where we are trying to do Circle of Life tricks or do some kind of reanimator strategy. But otherwise, nothing to write home about. In limited, I'd say she is about a 3. The stats are fine. If you get to activate this once, you feel pretty good about it. Captain Hook is outside of a very specific deck, I don't think is going to see much play. Returning Fire the Cannons can be good, but there's so many decks in which Fiery Cannons is not that great in the first place, where I don't want both the Fire the Cannons and this card to be bricked in my hand. In limited, this is fine, especially if I have a Fire the Cannons in my deck. I'm pretty happy about playing this. Final Platinum, highly situational. I don't think we have a strategy in constructed that's going to be heavy items anymore. In limited, never play this. Mickey Mouse is a card that might see play in conjunction with like Circle of Life and some of those other cards if there is a powerful enough deck along those lines. This one did get downshifted. I believe this is a super rare now instead of a legendary. For constructed, it's hard. A 0/1 is really rough to make work for 4 cost. I think I'm at a 1 for this, but there is a world in which I could see this being played alongside some of those other things if the payoff is high enough. In limited, I'm never playing this. Eeyore is, the body is completely unplayable for constructed. In limited, I say this is above rate. Li Shang, completely unplayable, and then I'd put this at a 3 for limited. It's fine. For constructed, Robin Hood is a staple card, and the only thing that may hold him back on this format is our ability to shift him. So as far as Robin Hood is concerned, we previously had a 1 cost that could shift on 3. Now we are really limited on what we were able to shift him with. Of course, we saw the uninkable Robin Hood earlier that has the ping on it that he can shift on turn 3 with, but we're kind of at a loss for aggressively costed Robin Hoods to make this the card it used to be, where we can shift this early and really bully the board with it. In limited, I'm always taking this. The ability to draw a card when it's banished, the fact that you're getting advantage every time you're banishing another character, this card is an all-star. Aerial Sonic Warrior, maybe a character that we'll see some play alongside maybe a Ruby Steel Power Lines type strategy. We do have a lot of good song-oriented cards that could make this card mainstream playable. And it did see play towards the tail end of set 8 alongside some of the Steel Song mid-range decks. So I think it has a high potential to see core constructed play. I put this at a 3.5. In limited, it's a 3.8 for 6 with an ability that's probably never going to happen. I think I'm okay playing this, but I'm not going to go out of my way to play it. Hercules, a 6/5 bodyguard, resist 1, questing for 2. I don't think this is aggressively costed enough to ever play in constructed. In limited, this is above average. This is pretty good. If I get this out with resist 1 with a big enough body on a bodyguard, I wouldn't seek this out immediately, but this is pretty strong. It's going to beat a bully aboard. Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, I think for limited is always a 5. For constructed is going to be a very high card, maybe a 4.5. I think at this point, the only thing holding this back is it doesn't interact favorably with evasives and flyers. So a really strong card. If you are able to deal with evasives, this will bully the ground over and over again. Really strong in previous formats, and I don't see why it wouldn't be here as well. Just missing evasive. I would have thought with the wings I could have given her evasive, but I can see why not as well. And the last reprint that we got out of this this one was Prince Eric. This saw some fringe play in steel decks before. Obviously, though, this is just a step behind Captain Hook in terms of efficiency. And that step behind just means a lot. Having 3 power effectively instead of 4 also is a really big deal. 4 would be able to take out a Daisy and trade up with him, but not being able to do that, this 3 power effectively with Challenger 2 with the one strength makes this in a really awkward spot for costing 2. In limited, though, I'm pretty high on this card. I would play this almost every time. I'd put this at a 3.5. It's effectively a 3/3 for 2, which means it's almost always going to trade up. So very high on Prince Eric in limited. Lilo is a new card that we are seeing here, and this card reminds me a lot of Cricky. So when you play this character, other characters gain challenge 2 this turn. And then, believe it or not, has more text to this. So it gives all your characters Challenger 2 for this turn. And then when this character quests, chosen alien character gets +2 Challenger, and this character can challenge ready characters. So there is a world in which you have a Stitch out, and you are able to use that Stitch to start challenging into the rest of their board into a ready board. I think this is going to be a very popular card. I think this is going to be a very strong card. The fact that it can give everything Challenger 2 the turn it comes in, even if the rest of the text is completely irrelevant, this can completely swing a board. And in a world where I'm expecting there to be a lot of board stalls, I think this card is going to be uniquely positioned. I would give this a 4. I think this card is very, very competitive and probably always going to see play if you were playing steel, or almost always. Limited, I think this card is a 5. This has the ability for you to trade all of your little characters into all of their large characters, and then live to tell the tale. And if for some reason you have an alien in your deck, this deck is insane, or this card is insane. I think in limited, you will always play this card if you have the ability to. We have the new Jasmine here as one of the few cards from the new set. During your turn, this card gains evasive, and then you can choose to discard a card and give it Challenger 3. Gaining evasive during your turn is really important. As I mentioned before, this does have a big enough body to be able to actually effectively trade with all of the different evasive cards. So whether it be Genie, Iago, Dumbo, and so on, this also has a high enough willpower that it can kind of survive to tell the tale for multiple trades. I don't think it does enough on its own, but in a world where we have lots of evasive wars, I think maybe Jasmine sees her place. I'm going to put her at a 3. I think she is a role player, but I think she is a very, very strong role player. In limited, I would put this at a 4.5. This character has the ability to stop opposing evasives. The body is huge, and you can discard cards to trade up, so it can give you a tempo advantage. I love this card in terms of what it can do to really start bullying a board. All right. When you, Little John, when you play this, choose one chosen character gains resist +2, or deal 2 damage to chosen villain character. I think this thing is really close. Um, I would have to see the layout of what a steel deck tends to look like in terms of heroes and villains, and what the metagame looks like to see if this card is actually playable or not. If there is a consistent villain card being played and a consistent hero character being played on your side, I think this card is really strong. That being said, we'd have to see how the decks actually play out. It being uninkable means that the modal one of these modes has to actually be relevant every single game for me to want to play this on my deck, or have the ability to maybe filter through this card so I don't have to be stuck with it in my hand. It's not good enough on raid, obviously, a 2/2 for 2 that only quests for 1, but in a world where I can, 2 for 1 a villain character, or give a hero resist to be able to trade up, this is really good. So this is, I think, very close to playable. We'll have to see where this lands. In limited, I think this is good enough to play almost every time. I'd say this is above average. I think you have enough hero characters and they have enough villain characters over the course of the game that you will always get one of these modes. I'll take a look at this a little bit closer when I do my limited guide, but I think this is going to be a pretty good card for limited. And then, of course, the MVP is Prince Naveen. Completely unplayable and constructed, and it's fine in limited. And this concludes the last of the cards that I had that were revealed as the time I started recording. I try to keep up with all of the different cards that were revealed and were spoiled over the course of the day. We do have quite a few more cards that are coming in from new cards, as well as all of the different cards we are expecting to see for reprints. I believe we have quite a few reprints still to come. I'm going to drop my dream board in the chat if you are just looking to keep up with what the reprints are, week over week. I do have a tracker going for that, and we'll continue to update that day over day. Of course, this list I will update daily as new, or multiple times a day as new things actually come out. But let me know what you're thinking of this Fabled set so far. Are you thinking this is going to be a really good set? Are you liking the reprints? What do you think about the new cards so far? Any cards that stand out for you, feel free to drop those in the comments and let me know, what cards you're interested in. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe. I drop, deck lists in my YouTube posts daily, and lots of different updates that have to do with Fabled, have to do with tournaments, and just trying to give you the most insight you can to, whatever you're trying to do in Lorcana. Upcoming, I'll have some preliminary deck lists that will deal with the upcoming sets, hoping to get some video content out of just some testing with some of the new cards when we proxy them up, and a limited guide hopefully out before you do your pre-releases so everybody can be prepared for that. If you did stay with me for the stream, I appreciate you're taking the time tonight. We were here for about 4 hours, and I think we went through a lot of good content today. This recording, if you're watching it back, I will have a session 2 that will have just the remaining cards that get spoiled at the end of this week. So I will try to have that link down below if you are coming into this after the fact. But I appreciate you guys jumping in. Thanks so much for staying with me tonight. Have a good one.